Welcome into, there we go. Got most of it set up. Welcome in, and now it's acting weird. It's going to be okay. It's going to be what it is today. It hadn't done it all day.
It knew I was here. It's the ghost.
Welcome into the live stream. We'll get rolling here in a minute. Hope some people join us. NFL draft getting rolling here in about 17 minutes. We'll start our show here in a couple of minutes. I'm Neal McCready, Tyler Siskey. It's kind of a crossover version, I think, of the show is what we're calling it. Hand raised guys plus McCready and Siskey. So big thanks to all the people who make all of those shows possible. We're going to thank some of them here in just a minute when we get rolling. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Tyler's son Brock is here in the background. He's Tyler's designated driver for the evening.
Yeah, don't tell his mama.
Yeah, I've got a feeling she knows.
Yeah, she may find out when she figures out. So we had to drive her car because he doesn't feel comfortable driving my truck. So when she sees her car missing in the driveway, she may get an idea.
It's gonna be a tip off. Yeah,
it could be.
All right, we'll get rolling.
Hang on, I gotta get my prepped ready to go.
Oh yeah, get yourself ready to go.
I'm ready.
All right. Welcome into a special crossover edition of McCready and Siskey, powered by Rain Total Body Fuel and Hand Race Guys, presented by Comer Heating and Air, Southern Air Conditioning and Heating. I'm Neal McCready, Tyler Siskey with me all night tonight on tonight's show. Tyler of Quick U with us. We'll go through tonight's first round of the 2023 NFL Draft being held in Kansas City. We'll get to all the draft rumors and action in a minute. But first, I want to tell you about Comer Heating and Air, Southern Air Conditioning and Heating, different names, same great products and services. If you live in Oxford, Tupelo, or the surrounding area, call Comer 662-801-1777. If you live in Hernando, Memphis, or the surrounding area, call Southern 662-429-4429. McCready and Siskey is brought to you by Rain Total Body Fuel, 300 milligrams of natural caffeine, BCAAs, electrolytes, zero sugar. It's got what you need to push the limits and achieve your goals. So check them out on Instagram at Rain Body Fuel to learn more. This will be the Friday Oxford Exxon podcast. As crazy as that's going to be, the Oxford Exxon located on Highway 6 West in Oxford. You can try to win box tickets to the series finale this weekend against Georgia. Simply tweet at Oxford Exxon on Twitter and use the hashtag RebelReady. Also, the Oxford Exxon is giving away 150 Ole Miss powder blue baseball caps in Oxford with the purchase of $10 from their barbecue and deli on Friday, and then they'll give away another 150 caps on Saturday with the $10 barbecue deli purchase as well. We're coming to you from the Clark Ford Studios. Clark Ford is in Amory, Mississippi, 662-257-1900. Call that number. Ask for Corey Clark. Tell Corey what Ford product you're looking for. He'll send you a quote within 15 minutes in business hours. It's right to the bottom line. There's no hassle. There's no haggle. You get your quote. The rest completely up to you. You can shop that quote around. You can do what I've done, what I recommend that you do. And let's hop into a Clark Ford today. Corey wants to be your car guy. He wants to be your truck guy. He'll prove to you what that means when you make the call. 662-257-1900. Florida Atlantic wide receivers coach David Beatty, the former coach at Kansas. He'll join us this evening. We'll have other guests join as well. Maybe take some calls from you guys on the myperfectfranchise.net hotline. If you're a displaced corporate executive wanting to put your career in your own hands, maybe you're an experienced entrepreneur wanting to diversify, Andy Ludicky can help. He is a guy who owns multiple franchises and businesses, uses his expertise to help others find their American dream through a very thorough and free consultation process. So call Andy, put your life and your career in your own hands. It's 100% free. So you've got nothing to lose. Find your perfect franchise at myperfectfranchise.net or contact Andy anytime at andy@myperfectfranchise.net or 404-973-9901. Tyler?
How we doing, brother? That was a lot of reading. I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's a good bit of reading.
You did that without your glasses.
I know. I have like 3 pair here to get me through it if need be, but I got through it.
All right, we got a question straight out of the chat. What are you drinking over there, Neal?
I
knew it was an IPA. I just didn't know which one.
I'm not sure which one I poured just then. It's an IPA.
Is the can in here?
I know. I threw it away.
Oh. All right.
Not positive.
It looks good though.
It is. It's really good.
I'm drinking my IPA here.
Yeah, you're drinking your Pilsner, actually.
My Pilsner, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But no, David's going to join us here in a little bit. So if you probably the most interesting guy I've ever talked to doing podcasts and stuff. And he's been a lot of people that have listened to our show heard that episode back whenever it was over a year ago. And hey, we got to get this guy back on. So one, he was the head coach at Kansas. He's been a long time coach. He's went to USFL, did a little deal there. He actually coached Mike Evans in college at Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's at FAU now. But the thing that and he knows it because I've talked to him. I'm a big JFK guy.
I am too. I'm fascinated by it.
To the point where, me and Brock, last summer when we went to the UFC pay-per-view down, that was, I think it was 277. He'll throw something at me in a minute. But we went to the JFK Museum at the State Book Depository in Dallas. And one of the coolest things I've ever done. So his dad was a Dallas police detective. He's in they interview him in the Warren Commission. We'll talk about all that stuff. But his dad was standing next to Lee Harvey Oswald when Jack Ruby shot him.
Was standing to Oswald's left, correct? Kind of right behind him?
Yeah, he said basically the gun was pointing through Oswald to his dad's, what he kind of described it to me. He sent me pictures.
He caught Oswald when he fell.
Yeah, he got him and put him on the gurney, the whole deal. So it's very interesting. He'll tell the story. Obviously, he tells it much better than I do. But just so if you guys got questions as it comes up, he'll join us here about 7:30 as it comes up. If you got questions, shoot them in the chat, and I'll try to do a really good job tonight of monitoring the chat.
I'll try to keep our ticker updated. Not that you need it here. It's everywhere. But we'll keep you updated on the ticker. The big news in the NFL today, Lamar Jackson agrees to a long-term deal with the Baltimore Ravens. I know it's out there. I've not seen the exact terms.
It was 260 maybe. I haven't seen. I know it was a lot. He's the highest paid football player in the history of the National Football League.
We'll be curious to see how long that lasts.
Until Joe Burrow gets his contract.
Yeah.
But I mean, still, I don't know, man. I don't get it, but good for him. He needs to send Jalen Hurts a Christmas card because Jalen Hurts' contract single-handedly got that done for him.
Oh, for sure. And they basically said as much, that once Hurts' deal was done, that paved the way for the Ravens to do market value.
Yeah. I mean, so
the Ravens did not want to be the ones who established the market value.
Yeah, I don't.
Whatever. It gets done. I mean, for all of the gnashing of teeth and all of the stuff, it got done. He didn't miss any football games, and he'll be their quarterback when the season rolls around. Sometimes some of the offseason stuff is drama, and I get that we all love drama and all that stuff, but it's at the end of the day, nobody plays football games in February, like March. They got it done.
We got your grub here, man.
Oh, is it here?
Yeah. The guy's calling.
Okay. I think Carson was down there too. So
okay.
We're good.
We're covered.
Got some, who'd you order from?
Papa John's, not a sponsor.
John's. Gotcha. They should sponsor.
They should. I got you a sweet surprise too.
Oh, did you?
You like sweets, right? I mean, we're doing it. We might as well do it.
I mean, if we're going to go this far tonight, might as well.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I mean, it just ups your mileage from 10 miles to 26 miles tomorrow.
I'm running the double-decker thing on Saturday, so that'll be
I
good.
am too.
Are you?
Yes, I am.
Are you running the 10K?
No, I'm running a 1 mile fun run.
Oh.
With my son.
Crazy.
With my 7-year-old. My wife's running it though.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a beast.
What is she running in? What's her 10K time?
I don't know. She, all kidding aside, she's a college athlete.
Yeah, she's probably running.
Yeah, but
like
she doesn't.
50 minutes or so.
She hasn't trained.
Okay.
So, I mean, the time won't, but she'll run it. She's competitive. She thinks I have a problem with competitiveness. Like, my kids have no chance. So, but yeah, we did that today. Then, since he's not in here, I'll tell it. So I had to take little man I guess he's little man. He's not little man anymore. Mini me to the doctor today.
Yep.
So he's going to have an MRI tomorrow. Hurt his knee at practice yesterday.
It's pretty obvious that it's hurt. He's having a hard time moving around.
Yeah. He'll be all right. Let's see how good he comes up the stairs with these pizzas in a minute.
Yeah,
look at him.
He's dragging it.
Hey, the people want to say hey to you. Come over here. Did you get everything taken care of? Let's see what we got here. Thank you, sir. All right, so here's what we got, Neal.
Yep.
We got you from not a sponsor, but should be a sponsor, Papa John's. If I can open this thing up.
It's got a seal thing on it.
Why are they doing that?
Well, because they don't want your food to be tampered with.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Got you a hot chocolate chip cookie.
Does look good.
It's really good, by the way. Those are legit. And then, as I know, you like thin crust, which we talked about the other day.
I do.
All right. So we went thin crust extravagant here. Okay.
Yeah.
So we got thin crust pepperoni.
Looks good.
I think that's gonna be the later one.
Yeah.
When you can't taste it anymore.
Right.
All right. And then
poor old Brock.
Yeah, he's just like, what the hell am I doing over here? Then we got.
Oh yeah, it looks good. That's my jam too.
Yeah. So that's mine, yours.
Pepperoni and banana peppers.
And then last one. Hey, make sure you tell Carson too.
He's aware.
Oh, he's aware.
He's downstairs.
he's aware. He's ready to go. And then the thin crust. Meatloaf.
That looks good. Yeah, Carson's a little under the weather. He's got what I had earlier in the week.
Really?
I just kind of going through the house.
Dude, if you drink enough of that stuff in that glass right there, it'll go away.
I told him just to start drinking bourbon a minute ago.
It'll work.
It's parenting 101, right? Just tell your 16-year-old sick kid to drink bourbon.
Robert MC comes in with a $20 super chat. I appreciate you, Robert. He said, let's do this.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert.
Real thoughts on draft picks and a slice of pizza now. All right. Can I have my phone? You don't mind? All right. So before we get started here, I saw somebody said some of the odds have changed on CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
All right. So
you think stuff's happening, right?
I do. All right. So here's now I could be, this is going to change in 2 seconds, but I did call around today, talked to some NFL guys today.
Okay.
Some of the NFL guys were in the teams that are in action.
Okay.
Unanimously, Bryce Young, number 1. That's what I got.
Yeah, that appears that's going to happen.
2 at Houston, I got told by 3 different teams that Will Anderson's going to Houston.
Okay.
I also got told by 4, not 1, 2, 3, 4 different teams that the Tennessee Titans will trade up to number 3 and take C.J. Stroud.
Okay. What do you think about that?
First, I think it's good. They got to get a quarterback. They've already talked all week about shopping.
Is he your guy if you can't have Bryce Young?
Yes.
Bryce Young's off the table. You don't like any of these guys, though, high, though, right?
I don't. But if I'm taking a quarterback.
But see, here we go. We're going right back into that thing. This is what we've talked about so many times. These teams, it's a quarterback league, and if you don't have a quarterback, you're like, I got to go get a quarterback. And so they're the first team to sort of roll the dice.
Right. My whole deal is this, and again, right, wrong, or indifferent. What's the difference? Like, if you do not hit a home run with your draft pick, you can go get a Baker Mayfield. I know Baker's in Tampa, but you're going to get a guy that's already done it. You can get him for much cheaper for what you're having to pay. You know what I'm saying? For the equity and everything you're having to get for a quarterback. I like Will Levis probably second. Is he going to go second? No. But I think that C.J. Stroud goes third. I think Will Levis goes 4th to Indianapolis.
Okay.
And then Jalen Carter 5 to the Seahawks.
Georgia Rebel says C.J. Stroud is going to the Texans at 2. And there is some betting movement.
Yeah, that's where the movement, because somebody said it in a thread earlier, and it made Georgia Rebel, it may have been you. Somebody said earlier in the thread that the odds had moved crazy to C.J. Stroud at number 2. That didn't happen by accident.
Before the draft gets started, I want to tell you our next partner is Athletic Greens. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens every day. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health, sustained energy, immune system support, and I hate taking pills. Just hate them. I take AG1 every day, every morning. I love knowing I'm doing something good for my body, giving my body the nutrition it craves, covering my nutritional basis for the day. Literally couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done. I also like it that it costs less than $3 a day. It's pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. It's a win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need for your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/MPW. That's athleticgreens.com/athleticgreens.com/MPW dead.com/MPW. Check it out. Also, it's graduation season, and Dead Soxy has your favorite grads' feet covered. Every journey begins with the first step, so make it count and give your grad premium Dead Soxy socks. Take advantage of 30% off savings or gift a sock subscription that will keep them fresh as they step into their new adventure in style. So visit deadsoxy.com. Use the promo code REBELGROVE for 30% off savings at checkout to style up your favorite new grad. Congratulations to the class of 2023 from Dead Soxy. And as always, stay Soxy.
Memphis Rebel coming in with a super chat, $9.99 super chat. That'll baby Memphis Rebel. Appreciate you. Hey, I did not see any of the previous questions, but what do you think will happen to Matt Corral? I think they'll keep Matt Corral at Carolina. I think he'll be a backup. He needs to develop. He missed a whole year with the injury. That's a big year to miss, man. So he's basically going to be a rookie again. You know,
going quarterback though, is it an indictment of him? Does it say they don't really believe in him?
No, you just don't think he's a generational talent. You know, if they thought he was a generational talent, they would have taken him early last year. But, you know, I think they also signed Andy Dalton.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense because you're getting a veteran guy. If Bryce Young's not ready for week 1, week 2, week 3.
Right. But if they keep both, you know, it's kind of worrisome from a 3 standpoint. Maybe they move him, maybe they don't. But it's a salary cap thing, right? Because they got him on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
And so they don't have a lot of money invested in a number 3 that they have a lot of talent on. Look, I think Matt's as arm talented as anybody I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I've said that multiple occasions. You know, it's a business, man. It's all about the right fit. You know, when you do get your shots, you got to make it count. And if you're not really if you think about it, if you're not a first round pick, if you're not like the guy,
yeah,
you kind of get your shot by luck.
Right.
And when you get your shots, you got to make it count. So, Grind coming in. Grind, what's up, man? He says, Siskey, why is Bama going after Tyler Buchanan, the transfer from Notre Dame? I think a lot of it was Tommy Rees, familiarity with him. Look, they're young at quarterback at Alabama. I saw the tweet. Somebody put it in their board. Some guru at On3 said that Alabama now have the best quarterback room in the country. And yeah, Barrett Sally came over the top and said they're third in the SEC West behind LSU and Ole Miss. But, I mean, I think it's a different kind of quarterback. It'll be interesting to see what happens because Nick's not the guy that does that. I mean, he's going to take value of guys that have been there.
I haven't watched Milroe ever and thought he's Alabama's quarterback.
Got to change your offense. You got to run the quarterback. So, all right, looks like we're getting ready to roll, dude. That's me and you stuff our face. This pizza's great, by the way.
It is really good. So
how about that crowd?
I love Kansas City. It's a great town. I'm not surprised at all that this is brilliant to move it around, to take it to places.
Big time.
The NFL knows what it's doing.
So what's going to be your first surprise? Where do you think it's coming? We're going to know quick, I think.
The second pick. If the second pick gets weird. Sammy, thanks so much. He says, prayers for the first fan to take a football to the head from the hand of Anthony Richardson trying to throw a quick out. Prayers. Thanks, Sammy.
Yeah. He is as good of a talent that's been around as bad of a production has been around. So it's going to be interesting. I told somebody today on your board, these people are throwing out the Cam Newton comps.
That's lazy.
That's
lazy.
Well, yes, they're big. Yes, they're athletic.
It's really lazy.
Cam Newton took an average SEC football team on his shoulders and won a Natty and a Heisman Trophy.
And was an incredibly accurate player, passer, and it's incredibly lazy.
Anthony Richardson beat Utah. There you go. Yeah, that's not very good.
For those wondering, this is a Bell's Official, which I think is maybe the best. It's a hazy IPA. I think it may be the best beer Bell's makes, and that's saying something.
UPS Shaggy says Neal's actually eating pizza. Wow.
I know. Imagine that.
I'm a bad influence.
It is basically the first thing I've eaten today, so that's a good thing.
What did you do in preparation
today?
Mm-hmm.
I did Peloton during the Cubs Padres game. Went for a walk. I didn't run today because I'm running Saturday, and I wanted to be quasi fresh when I ran like outside because I've been running on treadmills. And I just didn't eat.
So what I'm really doing here?
I had a protein bar.
Let me talk you into, since you just spilled pizza sauce on your carpet.
Rob, would you give me a napkin, please?
And you thought I was going to be the one that messed up your room first.
No, I figured it'd be me. Thank you, sir.
So this is, if you want, you know how you like to trick yourself sometimes?
Yeah.
What we're doing tonight is we're carb loading for your race on Saturday.
There you go.
Just a day in advance.
That is the thing. You actually, 2 nights before the run is when you're supposed to carb load, not the night before. It's 2 nights before.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
They always told us the night before. Liars.
It might be for a football game, but for a race, like a marathon or whatever, it was 2 nights before.
All right. So how long of a delay you think we'll have on the stream with the picks? Will they know the picks in the stream before we will?
I would think so.
Like before they hear us say it?
The people who have cable or DirecTV or whatever will know it before we do.
Brock was hitting me up with some trivia on the way over here about how many states have never had a draft pick and all this stuff. How many states did you say?
2 states.
2 states have never had a pick
NFL draft pick
in
in the last 2 years or 10 years.
10 years. South Dakota? No. Idaho? No. Am I in the right ballpark? Not even close.
No, it's not.
Rhode Island?
Nope.
No. New Hampshire?
Now you're in the area.
Vermont? Okay, Vermont's 1. Alaska? Okay. There you go. How about that?
That's impressive. We got the Kentucky, Maine, Alaska.
It wasn't Kentucky. Maine's a good guess. I would have been Delaware would have been a good guess. It's Vermont and Alaska.
So we'll get to later on in the first round. We'll talk about them. So Kalijah Cansey, the defensive lineman from Pitt.
Yeah.
So I was making calls about him today.
There's some Bengals buzz on him today.
There is, but I'm listening. All right. Well, yeah, nobody's listening. We can tell it. So the Bengals did a study.
Okay.
So his measurements are like 6'1", 280, whatever he is in there. And he has 30-inch arms, which is very short.
Right.
So he's short.
It was a
with short
concern for you
arms.
earlier in the week.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals actually did a study. In the last 25 years of the NFL, there has not been a defensive lineman that has under 32-inch arms have more than 4 sacks in a season. In the last 25 years of the NFL.
So that tells me that he's not going to be the Bengals pick.
If they did the study, that tells me that would be surprising.
I've heard some buzz also on Brzee from Clemson as the Bengals pick.
I got one for you.
Okay.
The Tyler Siskey 1.0 mock draft
Mm-hmm.
has Jahmyr Gibbs going to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh. And moving on from Joe Mixon.
That is correct.
Interesting.
It's terrible pie when I'm sitting here chewing pizza, trying
It's
to answer
okay.
a question.
It's okay.
But the
Robert says we're about 12 seconds behind.
okay,
That's not bad.
yeah, 12 seconds. I'll take it.
I mean, that's what she said.
No, that's what he said. I'll take my 12. You like the dad jokes over there? No,
Yeah, he's
you're locked in.
He's completely wanted it.
He's wanting to be over already.
He wants to leave already. He's like, can we just go home?
Just think, I haven't even finished the first one yet. You threw yours down pretty quick. I'm kind of impressed. You thirsty?
Yeah, I mean, I like beer way more than I should like. I like beer a lot. Let's put it that way.
We got your 2 favorite things, beer and pizza.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. What if they just go crazy right here and just go take Anthony Richardson 1?
That would rock the draft. I'm 99.99999% sure that's not going to happen based on just everything that I've heard from talking to people over the last 2 days. I think this is decided who's going number 1.
Here we go. So we go, this TV is like 10 seconds ahead of that TV. How about that?
Oh, that's right. So I've got one on NFL Network and one on ESPN.
They
And
don't
one's Fubo and one's YouTube TV.
Okay.
So there you go.
Is YouTube TV slower?
That's YouTube TV over there. This is Fubo or whatever it's called.
That's a dude from what's the show he's on? My wife watches it.
I don't know.
Modern Family.
Oh, yeah. I haven't watched that show in a long time.
I like it. Hardman says beer is good.
Beer is good, no doubt. Many people say beer is proof that God loves us.
It's a pretty good fact.
You know.
He did let us invent it. Oh, he's going to do 45 minutes of introduction. Just say the pick, Roger. Let's go.
He's got to put him on the clock first. See, they're not even on the clock yet.
They're on the clock, huh?
Mm-mm. No, I hadn't put him on the clock yet.
What are you doing?
He's talking. He's introducing and saying, welcome to Kansas City and all that stuff.
Who is this chick?
I don't know. Heidi Gardner. She's an actress and comedian.
Oh, okay. Very, very good.
I'm here to help, man.
Hey, whatever you can do. While he's bullshitting over there, I did redo my rankings a little bit.
Okay.
I think Paris Johnson, after going back and watching him, I like him a little bit better than Peter Skoronski at Northwestern offensive line. I think he goes earlier than expected. I think that Arizona wants him, but I think they can trade down to get him. They're going to hold on to this third pick as long as they can to try to get value. They are praying that Houston takes defense, because if Houston takes defense at 2, then they can really get some value. Arizona can at 3, and they can trade down in that pick and get them. The other change that I made was at corner. I went back and watched him. Dude, I really like Devon Witherspoon, man. The more I watch him, the more I like him. I know he's a little bit undersized, but I think he's the best one.
Yet everyone has Gonzalez from Oregon going before him.
So in the Tyler Siskey mock draft 1.0, I got him going 6th to the lines. Gonzalez will go right after him. They're both good. But, dude, I don't know, man. I really like the guy.
Not sure who that guy is right there.
It's Kermit the Frog.
Probably a boy band or something. Is that NSYNC?
You have to ask my son. He likes boy bands. You like boy bands?
Is the Backstreet Boys?
I'm trying to figure out how I know this chick from what movie she's in. Travis Kelce's going to have some competition in his room, I believe. I think Kansas City's going to take a tight end late.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Not that it's going to matter.
Not tonight, but late in the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got the last pick in the first round, but all right, let's go. Put them on the clock, Roger. I mean, we've been waiting on this thing all day. Ben says if you graduate, you can transfer after the portal has closed. That is correct. He asked the question.
But
Ben,
not inside the league.
not
correct?
inside the league.
Right.
We're on the clock.
All right. Carolina Panthers are on the clock. Should not take long. Hopefully it doesn't take long. I'm hoping that they have learned something from Major League Baseball and others that, hey, if you know who you're picking, go ahead and knock it out.
Let's go. Rodgers should have the card in his hand right now. Like, save the drama.
I mean, the Panthers have had some time. You know what I mean? I mean, they've had a few months to know which way they want to go.
How would you like to be in a room after you've had months to make a decision and go like, all right, are we sure we want, like, holy, can
Where
you imagine?
someone goes, hey, I'm just thinking out loud.
When the clock's ticking, they don't look like they are trying to figure out what they're going to do.
No, it feels like a photo moment.
Did all the people standing up in their suits on the back of the wall give that vibe off?
I still think this was a good trade for the Bears. The Bears got multiple choices, got DJ Moore out of this. The Bears weren't going quarterback. They were determined to stick with Justin Fields. So this was...
It appears to be Frank Wright's mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Miss Wright.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna be
Someone
done.
asked you earlier in the we'll talk about this later, but just a reminder, your recollections of the 2016 draft.
Oh, somebody asked about that already.
Yeah, already.
I was at the Holiday Inn Express in Homewood, Alabama. I was out recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
I got done with. I went to go see a practice. It was during spring recruiting. Obviously, I went to go watch a practice, and I stopped by Milo's, not a sponsor, but one of my favorite fast food joints.
Yeah, I love
And
Milo's.
got me the Mega Meal combo, and was watching the draft, fully expecting Laramie Tunsil to go pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
And then was it 10 minutes before the draft, all hell broke loose?
About that.
Yeah, and my phone started blowing up from different, because I was the NFL liaison, so I had everybody was like, "What's going on?" Da, 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 da. And I wasn't even at Ole Miss; I was gone, which is kind of fun. I got 2 calls today, about players in the draft, and
Mhm.
they will research and keep digging until they can't dig anymore. But I got called about Mingo and Nick Broker today.
Okay.
But anyway, long story short is it just was like, I was a little blown away. I just basically said, like, if you want a Pro Bowl left tackle, then you take him. If you don't need one, then don't take him. I mean, this
Right.
isn't a hard decision. And obviously history's been proven right, but I think there's too much put into there's a difference between making mistakes and having bad character. Does that make sense?
Of course.
Everybody makes mistakes, but sometimes the people that make mistakes aren't bad people. Is that remember?
Hmm?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Um,
I remember thinking that night that it wasn't that big of a deal until I realized how big of a deal it was for a lot of people, self-included.
well, that ended up being a little bit bigger deal, more program wide than it did personal wise. He still got rich. It didn't really affect him much.
He fell to 12?
I don't even know.
Yeah.
It wasn't early. He should have been the first or second pick in the draft.
Yeah, he should have been a top 4 pick.
Who was the number 1 pick that year? You remember?
I don't. That whole night for me is a blur.
Is that Baker Mayfield?
I don't remember. I'll look it up real quick.
Hey, Brock, was that 2016 draft? Brock's going to be our fact checker. Who was the first pick in the 2016 NFL draft?
I got it here.
Big Ben asked me, I've been asked 14 times the last 2 days. Am I really low on Mingo? No, I'm not low on Mingo.
The first selection was Jared Goff.
Oh, Jared Goff. I'm not low on Mingo. I wouldn't take him in the first round. But I'm not low on Mingo. I think he's going to play a long time. Regardless of where he gets picked, I think he's going to play a long time in the NFL. I don't think he can be a 1, which is a wide receiver 1. I think he has to be a 2-3. But here's the thing that he's going to stay employed is because he can play special teams and he can play all of them. And when you can do that in NFL, you keep a job, and that's just how it goes. I did talk to a team today. They had him graded as between a 3 and the 4. Exact quote was, and hell, I can probably read it. Or I texted the team today. Let me read this.
While you're finding that draft was Goff, Carson Wentz, Joey Bosa went 3, Ezekiel Elliott went 4. It's a hell of a draft. Is this right? Yeah. Ezekiel Elliott went 4. Jalen Ramsey went 5. Ronnie Stanley of Notre Dame went 6. That was your first error. DeForest Buckner went 7 to the Niners. Jack Conklin, the offensive tackle from Michigan State, went 8. Leonard Floyd went 9 to the Bears. The Giants took Eli Apple, the corner from Ohio State, at 10. Vernon Hargraves went 11 to Tampa. The Saints took Sheldon Rankins, the defensive lineman from Louisville, and then
we almost got him here.
And then Miami took Laramie Tunsil, 13.
We almost took Sheldon Rankins here. All right, so he says we got him as a 3 or 4, which could be 3rd or 4th. He says, but he has had a rocket in his ass ever since the combine around the league.
That hurts.
So he says probably won't be there when we get to him. He said he'll be going in the 3rd, if not the 2nd.
Okay.
So, dude, I could eat. You want any more pizza?
I'll get some in a minute. This is the part that drives me nuts. They know who they're taking. Come on, do it.
What are we doing?
Yeah. Are you waiting to see if anybody calls and just makes some extravagant offer in the last 2 minutes?
No. I mean, what are they going to offer you?
I mean, it's done, right? I mean, you know what you're doing. Do it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, This is stupid. But no, that was a weird night. I know it was a lot weirder for you than it was for me.
No, it was probably equally weird for both of us. It was just different. I didn't know how disastrous the night was for me until the next day.
The pick is in. It's got to be Bryce. I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
The drama is going to be the next pick.
yeah, the drama starts as soon as the
Texans are on the clock.
Texans are on the clock. For some reason, I wanted to go Titans.
Got my Texans shirt on today, ready to go.
I see that.
I told my good friend that I was going to wear the Texans shirt for him tonight.
Okay.
He's probably not tuned in tonight, I imagine.
I would think he's probably busy.
He's probably busy. It's kind of funny, though, the coaches in the NFL, how little they have to do with the draft. They just,
Oh, yeah. I mean, the player personnel people do the draft.
yeah. Now, the head coach will be in there, but like the assistant coaches, yeah, they had nothing. Big Ben said if Manfred was running the draft, an umpire would be on stage and we'd be on the 10th pick by now. All right.
I'll give baseball credit. They've really sped the game up.
They've done a good job.
Yeah.
And they've done a good job with the pitch clock and all that stuff. When they've enforced it, it hasn't been meaningful pitches. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm cool. Dude, Roger, what are you doing? I mean, the pick's in. The good news is the pick's in, so the clock's already started for
the other team.
Yeah, it's already on 8 minutes on Houston, so we're rolling.
Yeah. And that's okay. This is the first pick in the draft. It's a big moment. I mean, it's the biggest moment in Bryce Young's life
I
to
saw a
this
lot of
point.
Bud Light advertisements up there today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. All right. I guess we got lip read.
Yeah, we cannot turn the audio up. No, sir.
NFL draft. The Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young,
There it is.
quarterback, University of Alabama. Shocker.
All right, give me your you've watched him a lot. Give me your thoughts on Bryce Young as an NFL player.
I think Bryce Young is going to be I think he is the only quote unquote franchise player in this draft, in my opinion. Could be proven wrong, probably will be proven wrong. But the size was a big concern for me earlier. I mean, look at it, he was 5'10" and 1/8, 204 pounds at Pro Day. Not as much of a concern considering the NFL is getting so soft and you can barely breathe on the quarterbacks now. And he has enough movement in the pocket. He can make all the throws. He just gets it, man. I think with where the NFL is going, protection wise, he doesn't have to be that way. They're creating throwing lanes. The future's bright. Now they got to go help him. I mean, they can't just. He's not automatically they're going to go be the first, win the Super Bowl next year. But they got to get him some help. They've lost some receivers, trade wise and things like that. Get rid of Christian McCaffrey in the middle of the season. They got some help. They need to go get him. But as far as a quarterback, I mean, that's an easy pick. They'll be able to build around him.
It's an interesting outfit he's got on. That is a very complex tailored suit. It's the big hug from the commissioner.
Yeah. I thought the commissioner was bigger than that. You think he's
Tells
right.
you that the commissioner's about 5'11", right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they both got shoes on. I'd say he's probably right at 5'11". Commissioner's probably pushing about 217.
Oh, you think he's that big?
Oh yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah. He's thick. All right, you got about 6 minutes on the clock with Houston. Where are you going?
I still think it's Will Anderson, but they've got a decision to make, right? Because it's a quarterback league. You've got Davis Mills. Do you think Davis Mills can be your quarterback? Or are you willing to, quote, using an NFL vernacular, are you willing to tank a year and go for Caleb Williams? And are you confident that you can successfully tank? Because they didn't successfully tank a year ago. They won a game at the end that they didn't mean to win.
That was beautiful.
And so, when you tank, it's sometimes hard to tank.
I think there's two quarterbacks. Like this year, I think we have one franchise quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I think we guaranteed have two next year. Guaranteed. And that's before anybody else.
Caleb Williams and
Drake May in North Carolina.
Okay.
I think you got two guaranteed. I think the quarterback class is better. And I'm going to quietly say it before everybody starts quoting me and puts it everywhere. Let me tell you who else I really like in that quarterback class next year.
Who?
Jackson Dart.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
But y'all don't be quoting me and Siskey said and all this shit. I'm just telling you.
You think Jackson Dart's a potential first-round pick?
I've seen crazy. Did you think Anthony Richardson was going to be a first-round pick? If the kid keeps developing, if he takes off.
Here's the only thing about Richardson that I'll say is that did I talk to college coaches who thought that? Yes. There were college coaches that I talked to who said Anthony Richardson's a first-round pick. Yeah. I've yet to hear a college coach tell me that about Jackson Dart.
If he continues to improve, if he continues the pace that he's on, dude, I like the kid a lot.
I know you do.
I like a lot. Like I like that kid a lot.
Grind says, what about Bo Nix next year?
Bo, he'll get drafted. Yeah. I like Bo.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bo's dad a lot. His dad's the head football coach at Central Phoenix City in Alabama. You know what's pretty cool? His dad goes to every single one of his games. So he coaches Friday night and either gets on a plane or whatever he does. Now he has to get on a plane. He used to drive
flying
every game, every single game.
So he flew out west for all those
every
games?
Game. He goes to every single game and then comes back.
Well, good for him, man. It's your kid,
awesome.
Right?
It's a lot of travel. But I don't know, man. I just I don't know. I really like Jackson Dart.
Texans pick is in.
D'Amico Ryans looks nervous.
Probably is nervous. Big night for him.
It's crazy to think that D'Amico Ryans is a head football coach in the NFL. Just like he was playing yesterday. Was he on Saban's first team? I know he played for Shula.
Feels like he was.
Yeah.
Yes.
That'd have been 2006, 7?
7. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I worked for the guy. I probably should know that, right?
That was the year that they lost to ULM.
All right. Spencer Rattler, no. The answer is no. I can't. I'm not ever. His background would throw more red flags than you've ever seen in your life. There's no way. I'm picking him. All right. Here we go. This is what it's going.
A lot of Stroud buzz out there at this moment.
This is going to set the whole night up right here. If this is Will Anderson,
what if it's C.J. Stroud?
Then you're going to see a trade. I feel like you'll see a trade to 3 for to get Will Levis.
And the run on quarterbacks.
Yeah, because Indianapolis has to get. They're not. I say that. If C.J. Stroud goes here, I wouldn't be surprised if you see quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, this is going to set the whole pace of the whole deal. Caleb Williams, I think, is the best quarterback in the draft next year. He's probably the best quarterback in the draft this year. He's not even in the draft. Let's go, Roger. Get the hot dog out. Get your pizza out of your mouth.
Roger's not eating pizza. The Texans are already down to 7. Cardinals are already down to 7 minutes on the clock. So here we go. Texans pick.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, there you go. A lot of Vegas talk today.
Wow. I didn't see that one coming. You got to be kidding me. All right. Now, dude, I don't want Will Anderson to get stuck in Arizona. They got to trade up, man. I say that. Dude, that phone's hot right now. This pick's gonna go down to to the zeros.
You think? Yeah. I mean, I would if I'm them. I'm letting the phone ring.
All right, so let's go. Who needs a quarterback?
So it also tells you that the Texans were not at all concerned about the test. The Texans were like, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
There was a lot of buzz this week about the test, and he didn't test particularly highly, and how well he processed things, and it tells you that the Texans looked at the film and felt good.
I don't. Golly, that blows my mind. That blows my mind. I would have bet you anything you wanted to bet. I can tell you this.
Leif has the question here. Leif in the stream says, does someone panic and trade up for a QB?
Yeah.
And that's the question.
I'll put it like this: if there is, let's see, Vegas, maybe Tennessee. If Tennessee
Well,
doesn't,
Tennessee wants quarterback, and they've got two. They've got
the question is, it's like I know Tennessee, how much Tennessee likes C.J. Stroud, per sources.
do they like either of the other ones?
They were fully prepared to trade up and take C.J. Stroud with 3 per sources.
Okay. It's too late now.
Too late now. Wow, that one blows my mind.
Is there any chance that Levis or Richardson fall to 12?
Richardson for sure.
Okay.
Levis, no. Somebody will. Levis doesn't make it out of. Somebody's going to trade up and get him. All right, but here's your deal, right? If they don't trade this pick right here, Indianapolis looks like the smartest people in the history of the draft.
Oh, if they don't have to trade up to get their quarterback, and
Yeah.
I think their guy is Levis.
Yeah, they look like gurus. It's like draft day, man. We don't have to move anywhere, and we get our guy. Golly.
This was the game that if I'm talking myself into Stroud, it's this game against Georgia.
That's the only game. You
But
can't find another game that he played.
But I can make that game convince me to do it. And we've talked about this. It's just it's that game could talk me into it.
I'll mix it up on you right here.
Oh, you're going from the can to the bottle?
Can to the bottle.
Wow. I'm impressed.
Long neck bottle. They're going to let this clock run down.
Yeah, they're taking calls, I'm guessing.
God, but can you imagine sitting there? All right, let's say somebody trades up and takes Levis. What do you do at Indy? You're going to let your whole franchise ride on Anthony Richardson? I mean, being serious, because they have nobody else.
I don't know what they think about him. I wouldn't, but I don't know what they think about him. They've had a lot more time and a lot more information than I've got.
If the Colts ride their whole franchise on Anthony Richardson, guess where they're going to be picking next year? Same spot, about 1. They're going to be up there at 1. And now, what if you draft Anthony Richardson and then you're going to be up there high again, where you got C.J. Williams?
Well, you can't bust at 4 overall and recover as a franchise.
There's so many elite players available. Golly. God. I get it. I mean, that just I'm literally shocked. We got a guy coming in.
Is he having a problem?
No, he said you want to wait a couple more picks after CJ going 3 or 4 and 4. Be interesting to let him call in. You'll just call in and
whatever he wants to do.
Yeah.
Whatever he wants to do. We're good. Down to 2 minutes with let's let this pick come in and then we'll go from there. Let's see what the Cardinals do and then we'll get Coach on.
This is gonna be great. I mean, how am I going? I got beer, pizza. We got chocolate chip cookies. We got the draft, and we're going to talk JFK here in a minute.
I mean, you're just living the dream right
what
now,
are we
aren't
doing?
you?
What do you think, Brock? It's all right.
Yeah.
I'm seriously. I'm a little. That one shocks me. Like legitly, I don't know.
Minute 12 or so on the clock.
He's not taking any calls either. All right, so this was one that
I mean, if
I'm glad this name came up right here. I need to say something for this one.
About Hopkins?
Yes.
Okay.
He is. Check out my guy Nick there, man. Dude, he can rock some pink suits.
I love the pink jacket. That's a great look.
Here we go. Trade.
Oh, here we go. The
Here we
Cardinals
go.
have traded the pick to the Texans.
Will Anderson. We'll see you. Will Anderson. Bye.
I would think so.
Yeah. What did they have to give up to get the?
I'm fascinated. I'm gonna
obviously the 12. Okay.
Yeah, for sure, and probably next year's one
or this year's 2.
I'm guessing
2
it's
and 3.
next year's one. That's my guess.
You give up this year's 12 and next year's 1, you think?
To get your guy.
Hey, check out my Texans. I wish they wouldn't have got C.J. Stroud, but I'm glad they got Will Anderson. I'm saying it like it's already in. I'm assuming it's Will Anderson.
That'd be my guess.
Dude, what are the Titans doing?
If you don't love one of them, you don't take them.
All right.
And so you couldn't get Stroud. If you don't love one of the other two, you trade out.
They've already done that. Yeah, Will Anderson.
So it's Anderson.
I don't know. Some people were saying, what's the Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech? His name was floating earlier, but come on.
Oh, come on.
All right, so Indianapolis Colts, Will Levis. He doesn't have to change his colors.
That's true. Goes from a team that messes up blue and white to a team that is perfect with blue and white. The Colts uniforms are spectacular.
Kentucky's blue and white's good. It's where they go
It's
the
where
gray
they
and
do
the black.
Gray and the black,
Yeah.
and they just mess it all up.
Just keep it simple.
Yeah. When they go with the clean white on white, it's a fantastic look.
Hey, you know who makes pink look clean? My guy Nick Saban.
He does.
He can pull it off.
All right, here's Roger Goodell. This is almost certainly Will Anderson.
If it's not Will Anderson, I quit.
And I'll fix the scroll in a minute. I don't know exactly.
You got to get your trades right, man.
Unless it's Jalen
The
Carter.
third pick in the NFL 2020 draft. Will Anderson.
Yep.
Let's go. I like how my mother doesn't know. So my mother, there's my guy.
We'll get him and I'm going to update this real quick.
All right.
Tell him to hang tight.
All right. Let's see. So my mother is texting me the draft picks after she asked me to send her a link to the podcast. So like she doesn't know we're watching. She doesn't know we're watching the draft. Oh, I love her. There he is.
What's going on, fellas?
My man, can you hear me?
Man, I got you. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Where are we located in the world today?
I am on the beach front in Panama City.
Let's go.
Dodging tornadoes today.
Really?
Oh, really?
Some rough weather around these parts.
All right, so I got to give you a proper introduction because I'm talking to you like me and you're talking on the phone. So this is we'd like to welcome to the crossover edition of McCready and Siskey and Hand Raised Guys, David Beatty, the Florida Atlantic University Owls wide receivers coach.
On the myperfectfranchise.net hotline.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you. I had to give
Nice
you
work there, Neal. I see how you took care of them sponsors.
That's you want to make sure
that's an old pro right there.
You want the bread to be buttered, David.
Hey, so
No
before we get going in this thing, did you watching the draft? I take it. Does that surprise you that C.J. Stroud went too?
You know, it does just because of what I think really all the talking heads were saying. I honestly think that CJ is a phenomenal player. It doesn't surprise me. I would have no reservation taking CJ Stroud. It's I understand how all the testing comes out and things like that, but 2 years ago when Bryce won the Heisman, if one thing falls the right way, CJ's going to win that thing. You know what I mean? I mean, it was just it was literally, CJ was kind of in the lead for that, and then something happened there, and I think they lost the game. I can't remember exactly what happened, and that's kind of how Bryce got kind of thrust into the limelight again. But I think both those guys are terrific players. I do think, like you said, Tyler, you hit it on the head. I mean, I think Bryce Young is in a class by himself.
He is
the things that this guy does. I mean, his ability to extend the play and to create his own time. I just go back to that Texas game. Wow. I mean, dude, he won that game for them. I mean, just the things that he did in that game were phenomenal. I mean, this he's a generational talent, I think.
The Arizona Cardinals in this deal got the 12th pick the 33rd pick, so the second pick of the second round.
Swap first rounds, second pick of the
and they get the Texans 2024 first round pick.
Wow.
So hey, listen, if you're Arizona, that's a good trade.
No, it's a great trade for Arizona. And they get their third next year too.
Okay, so
they get the first
picks.
and a third. They get 4 picks. Well, they swap picks and they get a 33rd first next year and the third next year as well. And then the Texans do get the 3 and 105, which will be that's early 4th.
Okay.
So, well, Coach, I know you on the road, beachfront, Panama City. Stay away from Club La Vila, even though it's shut down. Don't go rehash your old times down there. Hey, so talk to me a little bit about. I know we're going to be watching the draft. The pick is in as we speak with the Colts, but we'll update when we get done. But tell me a little bit of difference because being a head coach at Kansas. And then going to be an assistant coach. Talk to me a little bit about the differences in recruiting, going back to being assistant coaches from being the head coach.
That's a good question, man. I mean, honestly, it's like night and day. It really is. I think when you're an assistant, just to kind of sum it up, it's really a volume game. I mean, when it comes to being an assistant, I mean, your role is so much different in recruiting, whether it's trying to get the group in your area and the group in your particular position culled down to a manageable group to be able to figure out who it is that we identify as the type of guy that we want, right? And that's a lot of work because that's thousands and thousands of players, obviously. The head coach is, he's just too busy to be involved in all of that with all the players. So I think, the role is so different as an assistant. We've got it all broken down to where it's divided by areas or divided by positions. And from that standpoint, our job, I think, is to bring the top players that we like, that we believe fit our system to that head coach. Now, when you're a head coach, there's a lot of guys that do a lot better than me, obviously, but it requires a ton of brain power, right? I mean, you're being pulled in so many different directions, but I do think that most guys that I've talked to, and I've got a bunch of mentors out there, folks that I trust and that I really look up to, and as I talk to them about recruiting, and when I became a head coach, really trying to do a good job of staying focused on that top 25 or 30 guys on your board, or top 3 to 4 guys on your board at each position, and really being up to date on those guys and staying really, up to date on what's going on with them and who they are. But
do you keep your area? Do you do your area kind of like that, where you have your top 25 or 30 guys in your area and kind of manage it similar?
I do that, and I do the same thing with my receivers. I think most people do that as well.
Hey, are you seeing this?
Oh, wow.
Oh, Colts go Anthony Richardson.
Wow.
Roll those dice.
You want me to, David, you want me to kill him, or you want me to let you kill him?
I'm going to be very careful what I say. I'm going to have a drink of Michelob Ultra there on that one, though, to be honest with you.
Okay, I see you over there.
I'll tell you, we're kind of changing the subject here, but the draft is crazy to me.
It is.
Like,
it is now.
It is just, it's just unbelievable. Now, listen, I hope this guy does great. I really do. I always want, guys to fulfill their dreams and do great. But I mean, we've got all this video on guys, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm not very smart.
No.
I mean,
let me interrupt. I'm going to interrupt. I'm sorry.
I go by what I see, right?
Yeah. Here we go, David. I've told Tyler this. I've watched this as a journalist for 20 years. The NFL has 4 months, and you football guys, God bless you. I love you all. You have 4 months, and you get away from the film, and you look at these guys like this, and he's got all the physical talent, and you guys talk yourselves into the following.
It's not the coaches, though.
It's player personnel. I get
it's the front office.
I get it. It's football people, though. And y'all talk yourselves into
it. It's justifying those jobs. Is what it is.
But it'd be like us calling you, seriously? It'd be like us saying, you're an actual journalist, okay? It'd be like us going, hey, all you 247 and on 3 guys. Okay, it's totally different when you start talking about personnel and coaches.
I know, but the people in those front offices talk themselves into, if only this guy had quality coaching. Because
he didn't have it like Dan Mullen and Billy Napier.
Dude, I'm just telling you what.
Dan Mullen is
But
a quarterback
I told you months ago, this guy, because of his physical skills, because of the way that he looks, his body, he's got a bazooka for an arm. He's a great athlete. I told you some team is going to talk themselves into this. And sure enough, here we are. It's the Indianapolis Colts at number 4.
Hey, how you think your boy?
I told you it would happen.
What do you think your boy Chase is saying right now?
But I told you this would happen, and here we are.
Blows my mind.
Here we are.
All right.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
good. That's crazy. Well, that's what it's. Golly, I can't believe you just put your whole damn franchise because you're going to be in first pick next year too, and you're going to be sitting there and you're going to be ready to take Caleb Williams, but you just drafted a first round quarterback. This is a shit show. All right. Back to my man, David. Back to my man, Beatty. So what a lot of fans don't know, I probably should have said this in the intro when we talked about it earlier, is you coached the first year of the USFL. All right, coach receivers
yes,
for the Houston Gamblers. And so before you went to FAU, and because I'm always curious, what is the difference in your opinion of coaching? You know, because you coach receivers at the USFL, coaching pros versus coaching college players.
I'll tell you what, that's a really another great question. I'll tell you this, they are night and day difference. There is a night and day difference. Now, I know that the USFL guys are all trying to make it back, right? But I used to think, and I used to always say that, you know, I think fans love college football because it's pure, right? I don't know that is true anymore. Because of the changes that we've gone through in our game with NIL, and hey, listen, it is what it is, and I'm not saying it's good, bad. I'm just saying that the changes that we went through, it has really changed things in the way that I look at it, at least, because there are no guardrails on that at the collegiate level, right? It's the Wild Wild West, and at least at the NFL level, that the guardrails are already in place in terms of literally just, I mean, all these slots, these guys, I mean, their salaries for the top 10 guys, or everybody's salaries pretty much already slotted. We already pretty much know what they're going to make, right? I mean, that's just kind of what it is, right? But I think the biggest difference for me is that now I think coaching at that level is very pure, because there's 53 roster spots on the NFL team. For us in the USFL, there was 45 and 38 dressed, which was crazy.
Really?
That's not.
You only dressed 38 players?
We only dressed 38.
So how many receivers
did
you
crazy.
have dressed?
I would dress 4. And
wow.
Well, I guess you can't
sometimes
go
we
empty.
dress 3.
I guess you didn't game plan much empty that week.
Your running back better be able to do it. But long story short, the thing that I really enjoyed about that is, man, those guys, they were trying to make it, and they were hanging on every single word. And we had so much information on them because the guys that were really kind of running our personnel departments were old NFL guys and scouts and things like that. So, I mean, really, you know everything about them, just like these guys know everything about these guys, right?
Right.
But it's very interesting that, like, they're the best, most wonderful player you've ever coached. Every one of them that we had on our team, you never have a problem with anything, because they're trying to make it, right? And if there's a problem, they get cut immediately. It's funny when I talk to my guys now after having that experience. It's funny. I don't think they believe us. I don't think they understand that literally just one bad day in the NFL, in a camp, you question something,
You gone.
you are done. You are gone. And you're not only gone, you're blacklisted. You're not going anywhere else, because that's what follows you, right? And that's one of those perspectives that I'm trying to bring to my guys. And obviously Tom Herman's doing the same thing from his experience in Chicago. And the thing is, it's just getting them to really believe you, right? That this is how it is. And if you start acting like a pro now, you have a chance to make it. The thing that I have an advantage of now, I think, from being in that situation is I already know the guys on our team that are going to make it. If they have a chance to make it, I know.
Yeah.
But I dang sure know who isn't going to make it. I already know it.
All right. All right, you're on the road. You're in Panama City today.
Mm-hmm.
I know you were in the Panhandle. I know you were in Pensacola earlier in the week when we talked. What's the best food you've had on the road so far this week?
Oh man, no doubt. I mean, this one is going to be a good little hit gem out here now.
Okay.
I was in Port St. Joe today, dodging tornadoes,
I didn't know they
and
had tornadoes.
I was up there with Coach Tanner Jones, and basically I leave from there, and I'm driving. I need some Mexican food, and I find a place literally kind of right on the water called Four Locos, and it was unbelievable. And being from Texas, we get a lot of Tex-Mex. We got a lot of Mexican food there. My wife and I, we always judge it by the salsa, and the salsa was incredible. The fajitas were incredible. If you are ever in Port St. Joe, you need to go to Four Locos.
All right, what do you think the Seahawks are going to do here with 5? You take Jalen Carter or you go corner?
Carter.
You know, it was interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
You think Carter?
Before this,
I take Carter.
I mean, he's a like
I get the best, maybe the
those dudes don't
best.
fall off
I get
trees
maybe the
now.
best player in the draft, and he's just got some baggage, and it's big baggage. But it's the NFL. Give me defensive guys.
Pete knows how to do that, though. I mean, like Pete Carroll's good with that stuff. Picks in, I don't know. I think they go. How do you not go Jalen Carter? Like, what are we doing? I mean, and I know we talk about
unless
character.
they know something we don't know.
I know everybody's like, oh, he's got character. I mean, he raced in a car, but he didn't do anything like, I don't know.
It's
the guy's
not
a generational.
Yeah, I
talent.
think I heard you in the pre-show, Tyler, saying that there's guys that make mistakes and then there's bad guys.
That's it.
They're two different things.
Two different
and
people.
I've never heard anything. I never heard anything different about Jalen.
I haven't either.
I feel terrible for all those families. It just is so unfortunate, but I don't see how you pass on him, to be honest with you.
Because there's not that, and especially, Dave, especially in a draft that doesn't have.
Wow.
You got me beat.
Mm-hmm.
Who'd they go?
They went cornerback.
Oh,
Illinois.
Corner.
Well,
hey, and a great player. Great player.
No, he's a dude. We talked about him earlier. He's the best, in my opinion.
Oh, that was your guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Witherspoon.
I thought he was going to go 6. He went 5.
So here's Detroit now, who just struck big a year ago with Aiden Hutchinson. You could add Jalen Carter to that defensive line in Detroit, and you could have a beast of a line up front. Because Hutchinson was terrific a year ago.
Dude, if you put Hutchinson on the edge and you got Jalen Carter inside.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Detroit's on the clock, right?
Yeah. I actually had them going.
Or is Vegas on the clock?
No, the lines are on the clock.
Okay.
Unless they trade it.
I'll tell you this. I mean, just knowing just the quality of wide receivers in that league right now. I mean, I counted it up. I think just in a couple of the mock drafts, I saw as many as 6 first-round picks at corner. And I think the reason is because, man, you've got to be able to match up. You have to be able to match up. And
hey, we just saw a highlight as a receivers guy. I gotta bring this up because I got me a fellow receivers coach on the horn right here. Is there anything more frustrating as a receivers coach when they're playing 2 trap at corner and your receivers out there and you're throwing a bubble and you're throwing a flare screen out there and they know it's coming? Like the coach decides to do the flare of the backfield, so everybody in America knows the flare screen's coming and your guy can't move and you get your ass ripped in the staff meeting because your guy didn't get to the trap 2 corner when he blew up the running back. Is there anything more frustrating in life as a receivers coach? There's nothing you can do about it. And you just get your ass ripped. Like, what do you want me to do? Like that first clip where he blew up the guy from Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing. He's moving before the ball snap. He's running full speed. You can't get in his way. And you get your ass ripped.
It's one of those conversations that you literally you'll lose your job if you try to respond to it in any way.
Yeah,
to be honest with you,
it.
but
take it.
But it's completely unreasonable. To be honest with you,
that's ridiculous. All right,
and I will say, as a head coach, I never said anything to the guy when we played trap corner. I basically said, I would say something to our coordinator. Did we not know that they were a trap team? Why'd we even have that in the game plan this week? Aren't there better answers than that?
All right, I got a question for you. All right, you did the USFL. I know you probably kept up with it this year. You were coaching for the Houston Gamblers. Now we got the USFL and the XFL going basically back to back on top of each other. Do you think they both can make it, or do you think they need to be a consolidated league?
I hope they do, because I do think that there's going to be it's going to give some guys a path back to the league. And honestly, we need some developmental areas. We really do need some. The league is made up of veterans and a bunch of young guys. There's nobody in the middle, and it's because if you get cut, you're going to cost too much money to bring back next year.
Right.
And so you've got young, freshmen, so to speak, in the NFL that are having to play in prime spots, and they're just not ready for it. And the guys that, should be ready are the guys that you had to cut. And they have to go to work because most people can't afford to just keep training, right? So I think that league is actually going to provide a little bit of depth for the NFL at some point. But I think because of gambling, anytime there's a football game on, it is gold. And we're talking about like it's the most bet on sport in the world, and it's not even close. And anytime there's a game on, I know that in the USFL we would watch our ratings every week, and I would just watch kind of the gambling part of it. And I understand what the ratings did.
Allegedly.
But literally, the gambling piece, what they were making in the gambling piece, I mean, you're talking about just crazy amounts of money because people are. I just think anytime there's a game on that people, can bet on, particularly in football now, it's a gold mine. You've got a chance. So I do think that they've got a chance to make it, and I would like to see what you said, being able to have those two teams maybe face off. And,
why don't you have like
a championship?
Yeah, why don't they have like seriously, if they want to make it. All right, you had the USFL, like the old school 100 years ago when football started. We had the AFL and the NFL, right? You have the USFL and the XFL as two kind of divisions, and you meet in the Super Bowl, whatever it is. But if you can play at the same time, because you probably saw this too, but I think it's watered down. Like people feel like they have to make a choice whether they're going to play in the XFL or they're going to play in the USFL. And the USFL.
I'll tell you that
you were already at the. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's not enough. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Tyler, but there's not enough real NFL caliber talent, I think, to fill both those leagues. Now, people will watch it. They'll watch it, and I say this all the time. A Yugo is a car, but it's not a Cadillac. There's a difference in a Yugo and a Cadillac. They both have four wheels. I mean.
Yeah,
and they both kind of drive, but there's a difference. I mean, there's performance vehicles, and then there's not performance vehicles, right? And at that level, I mean, they may be wearing a uniform, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they belong there, right? And it does kind of water it down a little bit. But to the average fan, Tyler, I don't know if they see that. I don't know if they know it. I don't know if they see it.
Well, I was like looking at
where we struggled in the USFL, I thought was. The USFL had a pretty good model. They were wanting mostly young guys. They didn't want to retread a bunch of guys that had been out of football for 4 or 5 years, and I get that. The XFL has kind of capitalized on that, and they took a lot of guys like that, right? But
all right, we got to trade. We got to trade real quick. We got to trade from the Arizona
Cardinals.
Cardinals have traded up to 6.
They're going to take the offensive tackle from Ohio State. Book it.
Okay,
that's who I wanted the whole time. That's what I was saying earlier. If they trade back, he wasn't going to be there. He's going. It's going to be the tackle from Ohio State. I'd be shocked.
So I wonder how far back did Detroit trade down?
Well, they probably traded swap picks. They probably went to
Detroit
12.
went to 12.
Yeah.
Huh.
Now who do they go get? I don't know. What about this? Here's my receivers guy. I got a receiver guy.
So Vegas is next. Does Vegas go with Levis?
Oh. Tennessee's over there.
Did they sign anybody in the offseason?
Yeah, Garoppolo.
Vegas?
Garoppolo. What do you think of Levis, David?
I like him. I think he's a really good player. I really do. I watched him play against Ole Miss this year. He didn't play great in that game. I thought Ole Miss played really well in defense. I don't know that I got a great look at Will Levis in that game, but I do think he's got some talent. He's got more than enough talent. I like him. I don't know if I take him in the first round just because I don't know that I saw him do enough.
A
lot of people love him.
Do you take Hendon Hooker in the first round instead? Because you got basically the next two quarterbacks are going to be Levis and Hendon Hooker.
With the exception of his knee, which that doesn't bother me at all anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Hendon Hooker. I think you got to move around a little bit. Look at the quarterbacks that are playing well. I mean, look at Philadelphia. Look at Mahomes. They got to be able to move a little, man.
All right, here we go.
Paris Johnson,
Yep.
Ohio State tackle.
Well, I know who they want. If I can just get if they didn't move around, they didn't get the order, we'd be good. So who's on the clock next? Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas on the clock.
All right, so I had Vegas going in the Tyler Siskey mock draft 1.0. I had Vegas staying at 7, and he's still on the board. I had him taking Gonzalez at Oregon.
Yeah, that's where I think they're going. I think they go corner.
That's what I had them coming up next. So I know we're bouncing all over the place. All right.
It's the draft. That's what you
It's
do
the
on
draft.
draft
That's what we
night.
do.
You bounce around. That's why people love the
That's what I
draft. It's
got.
because of the unpredictability of the draft.
That's why I got my guy.
I mean, my favorite guy on the board that I think I would have taken that I do think is a real guy and a generational guy, which people will argue with me because of the position he plays, is Bijan Robinson. Like this guy is freakish. I mean, he is ridiculously talented. I don't know that we've seen a running back like him in years.
You know, it's funny you say that, David, because I got a mailbag question at rebelgrove.com this week as a Bengals fan. They're like, what's your dream scenario for the Bengals? And I said, well, it's not realistic, but my dream would be that they find a way to trade up and take Bijan Robinson, to put him in that. Can you imagine Bijan Robinson with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and all of those guys for another kind of weapon like that for Joe Burrow? They might be unstoppable offensively.
That pick alone, I think catapults them to multiple Super Bowls.
I don't-
I mean,
I think they're
that's how
going
much
they
I think of
can't
this
get
guy.
there. They won't get there. They won't do it. But
I don't think he gets past the Eagles at 10. Now, here's the interesting thing. If Jalen Carter's still on the board at 10, I don't see how the Eagles pass up. What if you had Jordan Davis?
Well, so
Carter on?
here's the thing about Carter. Is the more Carter drops, the more you start asking yourself,
Why?
Is this the NFL doing paralysis by analysis, or is this the NFL going, we know something you don't know? And I don't know the answer to that. It could be either way. I'm not saying that it's something worse than what we think it is, but you have to start to entertain the idea that they believe that it might be if he falls to 11, to 12, to 13, to 14.
And David can attest this. He's been a head coach. He's been a receivers. He's coached a long time. He's coached longer than I have, obviously. These guys don't fall off trees. Like running backs, you're going like Bijan Robinson, as good as he is. Guess what? There's going to be another running back that you can get. You can money ball it and get the same kind of production. Yada yada yada.
Okay.
These defensive linemen like this,
Right.
dude, they don't fall off trees.
Right.
And when you get a chance to get one, you get one. And you look at the 49ers. The 49ers have single-handedly changed their entire organization because they went like 4 years in a row and took defensive linemen. I mean, they changed the whole organization. And you just can't pass on these guys. You know what it's looking like? I'm sitting here looking at this right now. You know who's going to end up with your boy Jalen Carter?
The Bears?
The Chicago Bears.
Which would be a hell of a pick for them. And
That's
need-
Neal's team.
Yeah, that's Carson's team. Carson will be jacked up.
Like, I think that's where he's going to end up. But anyway. All right. Here we go. Are you ready to do this thing or what? I got the whole crowd. The stream is ready to go. Neal and I are ready to go. I don't know how we're going to focus on the draft in this because, look, I got my full 10 full hat on when we talk about this. So let me tell you how this all started.
Tyler spent the day reading the Warren Commission.
It's the second time I've read it, by the way. Second time. All right. So when David, when I got him on a home visit, this over a year ago,
Yeah.
I called him and I was like, hey, we're going, bullshit and all this stuff. I said, is there any crazy, I said, I was messing around. I said, you believe in aliens, ghosts, or any conspiracy theories or anything like that? And he goes, well, my family's involved in like the, my family's name and my whole family is, involved in one of the biggest conspiracy theories of all time. And I'm like, what? Area 50? I didn't know. He goes, well, my dad was Dallas police officer, detective in the narcotics division when JFK was assassinated. And so he starts telling me this story. And I start telling him, like, I don't think people understand. Like, I did a project. My dad, if he's listening, he's dying laughing right now. Like, I did a science fair project on the JFK assassination. Like, I built the whole Daily Plaza. Like, this is my thing. All right? Like, this is my thing.
I got you.
Like, it's like God, I better say family, football, and then, like, the JFK assassination is right in there, right? What do you think? And so my son, you can't see him right now, David, but he's off the camera right now. My son like I was talking to pre-show, he went with me to Dallas, and now he's into it too. And I was showing him because I had sent him pictures. I texted David pictures, his dad's picture up in the state in the museum there in Dallas. So, all right, so I'm gonna tee this up for you right here. So, however you want to start this, let's tell the JFK, your father, and the JFK background of the assassination of JFK.
Yeah, my dad was a detective in the Dallas Police Department there when JFK was assassinated, and he was actually there, and he's in all the famous pictures. You can actually see him very clearly. As a matter of fact, if the bullet went through Oswald, it would have hit him. It would have hit my dad, based on where he was. And the day of the assassination of Oswald by Jack Ruby, he was kind of ordered by his superiors and a bunch of other officers to kind of line the hallways down there in the basement of that police department, because they were going to move Oswald. And it just so happened that he was right in the line of sight of when that famous picture was taken. But I told Tyler a little bit. My dad talked a lot about basically Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby owned a bunch of strip joints and restaurants and things like that downtown, and they had run-ins with him. If you read the Warren Report, you'll see that my dad actually knew him. He actually talked to him a couple of days before, but they all knew each other, right? And because Jack was familiar with the Dallas Police Department, he actually had been at the police department, I want to say, the day before, talking with one of the detectives there. My dad actually spoke to him. They didn't think anything of it when they saw Jack walking down the ramp there. They didn't think anything of it, it wasn't like it was anything out of the ordinary, even though it should have been a high priority to kind of keep that place secure. But it's kind of a crazy deal because, and I told Tyler this, my family, my dad passed away when we were 5, but my mother has told us from the time that we were little bitty and we could actually understand that regardless of what anyone ever tells us, we never, ever will say anything other than there was just one shooter. Matter of fact, I'll always remember her. She will say it like this: "Baby, there was one shooter."
Gave me chills.
And so much so that, and I think
I can see the cloud coming over Neal's head right now. The little cloud with questions.
So
she had some visitors come by the house.
That's where I was going.
In some suits that basically that's where the one shooter comment, I think, originated. She would not tell me much more about that. And hopefully I'll be still around tomorrow, boys. I won't get picked off after this. But
just don't tell where you're located in Panama City. You'll be fine.
She passed away last year, and up until about a month before she passed away, when she was still in good shape, I would still ask her about it, and she would say, "One shooter, baby, one shooter."
So let me make sure that I got this right. Oh, Raiders went Tyree Wilson.
What are we doing?
Texas Tech.
What are we doing?
Crazy.
Oh, wow.
So in the days immediately following your father's passing, and he died prematurely, obviously, the FBI, I'm assuming, is who you're referring to, or CIA, or both, came to your house and made sure everyone was on the same page?
She never told me the name of the organization that these people were with, but they were in suits.
Do you remember it? Like, do you remember them coming to the house?
I do not, because we were 5. I mean, I'll tell you, it was so funny. Yeah, I'd say funny. We were so young when my dad passed away. I remember vividly, my twin brother and I, we didn't know how death worked. We thought he was in the bedroom. We didn't know where he was. We know that they told us that he passed away, but we were scared to go to their room because we thought he was there. We just didn't. That's how young we were when all that took place. We had no idea. We had no concept of what death was. We didn't know that they went and took him away. We didn't know where he was. It was very interesting.
Do you know, like, after asking, or as you've gotten older, how long or after your father passed did they come by the house? Do you know a time frame of how long or when that was?
That was pretty quick. My mom said that. My mom said basically that happened, I want to say, within a couple of weeks. And just long story short, it was the reinforcing that there was one shooter.
So, all right. So, just to give everybody background, so I was going to ask you this. I read the Warren Commission. I read it the second time today. His dad's interview with the Warren Commission, and when you go in and read it, the Warren Commission is interviewing him in March. I think it was March 23rd or 24th of '64 is when the Warren Commission interviewed his dad. All right, his father interviewed obviously with the FBI immediately after there's an FBI, and they mentioned it in the Warren Commission, you can see it anywhere on the internet of the Warren Commission, the two detectives that he interviewed with at the FBI. So, do you have any idea? Because your father's FBI investigation papers have not been released. Are you aware of that?
I am. We've never seen that interview. Nobody in my family's seen that interview.
The
I
FBI
think it's part of the
investigation
stuff
hasn't been
that is
released.
still under lock and key.
Right. So the FBI is still under lock and key. The interview he did, and I've told David this because we've talked obviously since the last time we did the podcast.
It's been 60 years.
Yeah. 60 years, cuz. And so when they were doing the Warren Commission interview, and you can read it, his father, we should probably mention this, his father's name was Buford Beatty. All right. And he, the interview is about what took place. They asked him where he was at the time of the assassination. He said he was at the Trade Mart. And then he was they're asking about his timeline. Where was he on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all this stuff, and where he parked his car. But it was really about the timeline of what happened with Jack Ruby and all that stuff. And I told him earlier, I was talking to him, I read back with it again, and it felt like they were trying to hem him up a little bit on his timeline because he had told the FBI maybe like 10 a.m. And he said that it was an hour and a half. He goes, now, are you sure it was an hour and a half or was it 30 minutes? Like they seemed like they were trying to change the timeline a little bit with what, I don't know why. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't, but there seemed to be some questions or not questions, but they were trying to get him. He was like, your dad said he never wore a watch in that deal. I don't know if you remember that or not, but
he said he didn't. He never.
But it just seems.
And we didn't have iPhones or anything, so
right.
I mean, you would almost have to look at a wall to know what time it was.
So they took an hour and 30 minutes of what he said in the original deal and moved it down to 30 minutes. They were big timeline change.
2 weeks to slow the curve,
Yeah.
I mean,
no doubt.
I'll tell you what I thought was interesting in the Warren Commission, just with him, was the quick attempt to try to tie him to Ruby a little bit. A couple of questions in there were basically trying to hem him up to saying, were you somehow feeding information? Did Ruby know he was moving because you told him that?
Yeah, that was where it started. That was, I know we talked before, that was where it started, was trying to quickly establish how well his dad knew Jack Ruby and how much they knew each other and all that stuff. And the interesting part, and it's in the Warren Commission.
But a lot of people inside that department knew Jack Ruby.
He was actually at the police department.
A lot.
I think it's a lot. And they asked him, was he an informant? He said no. And then the best part is how they started the interview is like, would you like an attorney? And his dad was like, the hell I need an attorney for?
Yeah.
Do
I need one?
Do I need one? So let's go back. All right. So you and I have talked, and your mother, until the day she passed last year, she told you, just regardless of whatever happens, baby, there was only one shooter.
Yeah, that was her phrase, baby. To me and my twin brother, babies, there was only one shooter. No matter whoever talks to you, there was only one shooter. And that's all she would say.
So that tells me,
and she would reinforce it with us.
That tells me that she believes something different. And she was trying to protect.
I'll tell you this:
she was trying to protect her son.
I'm going to give Siskey another foxhole to go down.
Oh boy, that's all I need right now.
Just, and I think you might even be able to Google this. Just go look at all the people that were part of that department that didn't live very long after that event.
Isn't it like most people in the department passed within 5 years of it happening?
It is a very interesting study. I'll tell you that.
How did your father die?
He died of cirrhosis of the liver, but he had not drank for 15 years, and the cause of death was supposedly cirrhosis of the liver. But I mean, not to be gross, but I do only recall one thing. I remember right when he went downhill, I walked into the bathroom with my brother, and there was blood all over the ceiling, all over the walls, all over that. So, that does kind of lend itself to kind of what happens with cirrhosis, folks that die of that. But it was really weird because it went really fast. It was kind of odd. Now, I'm not saying that there was anything with him, but the more I looked at the amount of folks that literally just did not make it very long, it was pretty odd.
So the one thing, and I told Neal when we came back, this by the way, you come on the show has been like a 6-month process waiting to happen, because we talk about this we go into just get off the rails sometimes and get to this. You cannot, at this point in time, after going to the Texas State School Depository, it's almost, I feel like I'm being patronized by anyone that tells me that it was only one shooter. Like, there's no way. Like, if you go and you stand where, the grassy knoll behind the fence, you see like the X they have an X on the road, right? So you see the actual, like, soon as a car would pass, because cars are still driving down it, and as soon as they would pass this big concrete barrier is literally where the X is.
Bijan went to the Falcons. He just got picked. That's good. No, he's
a dude. I'm like, I'm one off.
He went to the.
He went to Atlanta at 8.
I'm literally one off here, because my last 2 picks were Johnson Jr. and Bijan to the Eagles. All right, so you got the.
So here the Bears at 9 could take Jalen Carter,
dude, and who they probably would have taken? Pick one.
Right.
If the Bears get Jalen Carter right here, because when all this stuff started, when they traded and all this stuff, we didn't know about the Jalen Carter stuff, right?
That's right.
So if the Bears sit here at 9 and get Jalen Carter, they would have this what's the new GM's name from New York, Buffalo, where he's from?
I can't remember.
He literally just traded back, got all these picks, and was going to get the same guy he was going to take at 1 to begin with 3 months ago. This is draft day stuff. You see the movie Draft Day?
Yeah.
I've watched it 3 times in the last 3 days to prepare myself to get ready to go.
I mean, it's gonna be learning all over again. Is what it's gonna be.
All you have to know about Bijan Robinson is I saw.
Whoa! The Eagles jumped up.
Oh, the Eagles moved up to 9,
and they took the pick. The pick is in.
Well, then it's Carter.
It's got to be Jalen Carter, right?
Wow.
The Bears, if that's the case, the Bears just continue to accumulate picks.
Good for him.
True. Why would you give that pick up, though? I would take Carter. And
this
not
is
give
going to
that
be.
pick. I don't know.
We're going to look back on this.
Unless you can get a next year number 1.
Why does seriously though? Can I be Captain Obvious here? While we get away from JFK just for a second, we'll go back to it in a minute. Can I be Captain Obvious here? Every single time that there's like a character problem, I mean, Laramie Tunsil, he drops. He really sucks in the NFL. I mean, Randy Moss dropped freaking 20-something picks in the 20 years ago because of his character. He sucked. I mean, like, when do you not like realize that the guy's pretty damn good? Has there ever been a guy fall that just turned around to be sucked? I
mean, I'm sure there has been.
I mean, who though? I can't think of anything. Right? What are we doing?
Not many.
All right. So let's go back. All right. So now that we've it's been some time when there's been some more documents released by the government. In David Beatty's opinion, was there only one shooter? Or are you going with what Mama told you to say, or have you changed your opinion?
Well, I mean, I fully expect the FBI to come through the door here any minute now. But I see no way. I don't.
Okay.
I've said it, from the time I was old enough to actually look at all of the occurrences that day and really the way all the shootings occurred, the shooting occurred. Absolutely not. And then on top of that, when your mother's telling you that, there's a certain point in your life where you're like, what the hell is going on here?
Right. Why
what does she mean by this? What is going on?
She was scared.
She was scared.
So they scared her.
I mean, in my opinion, that's what happened.
Yeah, there's no question about it.
What's your brother? What's your family think?
We don't talk about it very much, and really that was the other thing, we just didn't talk about it very much. This might be the most I've talked about it, other than.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been married to my wife for 27 years, and I don't know that we've talked about it this much.
Really?
She might even be listening tonight. And she's going to be like, I didn't know any of this crap, you know. But I don't think my daughters even really know about it, and it's just one of those things that it was kind of a forbidden thing to talk about in our family. We just didn't talk about it very much, and. I mean, we're super proud of the picture. We always say, you know, that's our dad in that picture, but there's just not much ever really discussed after that. You're really the only one that is.
I'm the only
you know
one
what?
that's curious.
I had a coach that worked for me, Mike Pierce, when I was at Irving MacArthur High School, and Mike was a JFK nut, and he's the one who first showed me my dad's testimony in the Warren Commission, and he brought all that stuff to me, and he wanted to know.
So you had never read it before he brought it to you?
I had not. I had not. I mean, I was 32 years old by the time I read it. I mean, it just wasn't something that my mother just didn't allow it. We didn't talk about it, and it just wasn't something that came up. It was really weird. And you know, when you're 5 years old and your dad passes away, my mother remarried her first husband on it actually, which, you know, I have two brothers and a sister that are half sisters that basically I blended back families with, right? So the other gentleman became really the only father that we really knew, because my dad, he passed away when we were 5. We barely knew him, you know. So I think that's another reason that it's not talked about just a whole lot.
So the Eagles and Bears swapped picks, and the Bears picked up a 4th round pick in next year's draft
to move one pick. So they probably were not going to take Jalen Carter, which tells you something else. The Eagles are going to take Jalen Carter. I'd be like mortifiedly shocked.
My guess is here the Bears take Skronsky from Northwestern, the offensive lineman.
Let's see who I got. Let me look at their needs. The pick's in. Let's see where the Bears are going to go. I mean, you got Gonzalez still on the board.
The Eagles?
The Eagles got to go Jalen Carter. I mean, they have to. Why would you trade? But that's crazy. They wouldn't have to trade because the Bears wasn't going to pick him anyway if they were going to trade it. You know what I'm saying?
Unless the Bears made them think they would take him.
That'd be pretty good.
And all they picked up was a 4th round pick for next year.
Yeah, I mean, they're acquiring picks, though.
No, they are absolutely accumulating assets.
Their scouts are going to be busy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, where's my needs?
You know, I honestly think they got to flip that roster as the Bears in a lot of areas, so that might be a good idea. For
sure.
To be honest with you. I mean, look, Tom was there. I kind of watched that roster up close and personal. They don't have a receiver. I mean, Allen Robinson was not very good at all, and he keeps bouncing around the league. The guy's not very good. He's just not. Carter. And they got okay, good deal. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Is the rich get richer, man? I'm. This is going to be him sliding a 9. Is going to be, you're going to look back and go, this is Aaron Rodgers sliding to 24. I think this kid's a Pro Bowler. He's been through a lot, man. The whole situation is terrible. You know, you got Broderick Jones, who's probably going to go in the 1st round. That's also involved. You know, this guy is a dude of dudes. I mean, it blows my mind that he slid that far. We're sitting here now. We're gonna have Chicago's on the clock. I mean, look. Let me tell you who's loving life right here. It's freaking Tennessee Titans. Because they're just gonna sit there and catch Will Levis. They're just gonna catch him. There's nobody else that's gonna take him.
Yeah.
If Will Levis doesn't get taken here, he's gonna go all the way to maybe Washington or Tampa Bay, probably. Maybe, and unless Seattle trades up.
I think you got to take Will Levis because you get him at a bargain, and you let him set, you know, behind your starter right now. Let him kind of grow and groom, and you get him at a bargain price. You don't use a lot of cap space.
All right, we got a super chat here, David. We're gonna let you answer the super chat because this is probably a good question for you too. Do you ever? This is from Memphis Rebel. Do you think we will ever find out the entire truth about the JFK assassination?
I do not. Much like we won't find out the truth about a lot of things.
Yeah.
What is that line? What's that line? You can't handle the truth. I'm not sure we can handle the truth on some things.
What's the movie with Jack Nicholson, Tom Cruise?
A Few Good Men.
A Few Good Men.
I just it's been this long. I don't understand why you would release it if you haven't released it by now. Why would you? Why would you release any of the other information? But I just look. I know, newsflash, there's corruption that goes on, even in this country.
What are you talking? Don't
So-
Neal. Neal.
Whoa.
Look, I know
David.
that. I know you don't know Neal very well, but look, Neal trusts the government. He's a big. He's a this podcast.
Mask up.
This
Get your
podcast
vaccines.
This podcast
Get
is
your
brought to you
boosters.
by the Biden administration. All right, so
Y'all are
just be careful.
Hey, look, if
Just don't get Neal fired up.
if we'll just wear our mask for 2 more weeks.
What if you double mask?
No, it doubly eliminates the
It'll
virus.
kill it fast. It kills
Oh,
it. It
I
kills
mean-
it completely.
If everyone would have just masked up.
Oh my God.
Hey, my man will get going over here.
Goodness.
All right, so but here's the thing. Ball kid aside.
Have you boosted today?
Today?
Have
No,
you boosted today?
it was-
You're boosted
By the way,
today.
hey, can I say that? By the way, we should have mentioned this on the podcast. My man Jerry Springer died today.
I know.
70,
Yeah.
79 years
79.
old. Mm-hmm.
A legend. I mean,
Dude,
really
he's
one of the pioneers.
Pioneer.
Of I mean, honestly, what is it? All the it's almost reality TV that he almost really kind of started with that crazy stuff. that was
He
going
did
on
in
on
many
the show.
ways. Yeah, former mayor of Cincinnati goes into television.
All right, you can go to one show, David. You can either watch Jerry Springer or you can go to Maury Povich with who's your daddy. Which one you going with?
I would definitely go Springer because I mean,
Yeah,
every
you
now
gotta
and
see
then.
You gotta
Every
see
now
the
and then, a
brawls.
couple of those blows, they would make contact. Like they'd let them fight, which
They used
mean,
to. I think it got a little scripted later on and down the pipeline.
you think, yeah. I
Maybe,
mean,
allegedly.
much like reality TV, I'm sure that's not scripted
It's
at
all
all.
it's all real. It's why it's reality. All right, but
As
all
I
kidding
tell my
aside,
wife,
the-
on all of these dating shows and all that, that is all scripted, right? She gets so mad at me.
all right, so here's my whole thing. We'll wrap this thing up because I know you want to go drink your Michelob Ultra and watch the draft and let us stop bothering you about JFK. But here's the deal: is for me, there's 2 reasons that you don't know the whole truth. It's one of 2 things. At first, I put it off early in my life. I put it off as, people that were involved, if there was a conspiracy, are still alive and in control. George Bush Sr.
Whoa.
All right, so those guys.
Wow. You went there.
I went there. All right, so guys that were involved.
So are you saying here on the record on this show that you think George H.W. Bush was involved in the JFK killing?
100%.
Wow.
100%. Dude, I've done my research now. I'm all in this thing. Like I legitly, I don't read books. I don't do anything. I'm all in
he
this.
could tell you, he could have told you who the trigger men were?
100%.
Siskey's connected deeper than we all know.
I
He
mean-
probably had shared it with his whole audience. But
Yeah.
my man, I call him on a lot of information that he's able to come through.
Look, I'll just portray a dumbass. I'm actually a semi-educated human being.
Wow.
Oh, shoot.
That is deep state stuff.
Yeah, I mean, being serious.
I mean,
there's 2 reasons, right?
Understand where that, I mean, how deep that goes. I mean, he was the head of the CIA. At some point. Yeah.
My point. Yeah. So here's my deal. All right. Either 1, those people are still alive, or two, they don't release it because it'll make you feel that you can't trust the government, and we're having a tough enough time as it is right now.
No one trusts the government.
Right,
no.
but now it's even worse, right?
Right, sure.
So I don't think we'll ever figure out. But when you go and watch, hey, David's, because this came out since we did our podcast last. Have you watched the new movie or documentary called JFK Revisited? Have you seen that?
I have not, but
Okay, you need
it's
to
on
watch
my list.
So on JFK Revisited, it's Oliver Stone who's taken the new. All right,
Who the hell
holy
is that?
smoke! Good gosh, holy smokes!
Who is Darnell
All right,
Wright?
here's the first. I know who he is. I have him on my list. All right, I have him as the 4th best. Darnell Wright from Tennessee, the 4th best offensive lineman in the draft. He's good, dude. I mean, I figured he'd go like 16 or 17.
You like him better than Skronsky?
No, I don't like him better than Broderick Jones, Skronsky, or Paris Johnson, which Paris is already off the list. That's a shocker.
Okay.
You know, the thing that scares me about this, and you never know where this stuff comes from. Like agents can put things out to make guys drop and things like that. But I think I read something or I saw something about this guy not being a work ethic guy and a guy that doesn't love ball. And I'm just going to tell you, when you don't love ball and you don't have a work ethic, you ain't going to last long.
No. Football is a game that you have to love it.
I mean,
Because
it is
nobody ever went to a
those
football
guys
practice.
are pros there.
Nobody ever goes to a football practice and goes, "That was fun."
That's the first pick. That, in my opinion, which will buy you a cup of coffee. I've been off a pick or two. That's the first pick that I think's out of place.
Now, athletically, I definitely see him fitting there, right? No doubt about that.
And you can
but
probably speak to this too, David, is the offensive line play in college has gone down a lot compared to the NFL game because of the spread systems and everything else.
Yep.
But and he can play tempo, but I don't know, dude.
Man, I'll tell you
he's
what.
not better than Roger
you talked
Jones.
about high school and college. What's the difference, right? One of the things that is completely changed for me is I want to know who they are. I want to know if they love ball. I want to know if they're going to have a work ethic, and I'm going to research everything I can find to see if there's any chink in that armor. Because if they're not our type of guy, if they don't love it, they're either going to be a major problem for you as a coach, and they're going to steal 80% of your time, and that's your most precious resource, right? Or B, they're just not going to make it, period. You know, they're just not going to make it. You have to love it. I mean, what we ask these kids to do in college and in the NFL, it's hard. I mean, they don't give away that money for free. I mean, that's real money. And what they're asking you to do is hard, and you better love it, because it's going to be difficult. And I don't think fans understand that. It's hard.
All right, we got another super chat. Good question for you right here. This is I want to know. I know I have my opinion. This is from Kyle Wilson, super chat. David Beatty, who is the next president of the United States?
I do not get involved in politics.
You don't want to give your political statement?
I am not involved in this one. I'm going to act like that question was never even answered. Excuse me.
Let me tell you who I think it is. Might as well, right? We have nothing but time, right? The next president of the United States is going to be Ron DeSantis, and his vice president is going to be Tim Scott.
Is that in 24 or 28?
That is in 24.
Okay.
You heard it here first.
I do know this. When my man Tyler Siskey talks, I listen.
That's actually hey, y'all laughing at me? That's actually semi-educated.
No, if you tell me it's someone other than Biden in 24, I'll tell you it's DeSantis.
Yes. Let's put it like this. That's where the money's going. How about that?
I hear you. Yeah.
If that's where the money's going, then, we'll get them all fired up. Let's get the chat fired up. All right. Yeah, Kyle Wilson says he's still voting for Siskey McCready. Me and Neal are running on the Common Sense Party ticket. So, David, can we get your vote on the Common Sense Party ticket? You want to be our? No. I
got you. Yeah, you got my vote. Both of you guys.
All right.
Go.
So
I'll take
we're going to put you in the
cabinet.
We're going to put you in the cabinet. Your first assignment is going to be we're going to figure out who really killed JFK. He's going to be number one.
Neither one of us are making it 4 years.
No,
I mean, we would be such outcast in DC in the establishment that you and I would have a 0% chance of surviving. Whichever one of us was on the top of the ticket would be gone within 6 months. Whichever one of us was at the bottom of the ticket and became president after the assassination would be gone 6 months later.
After the assassination, you think
we would both get killed within a year.
You think?
Yo, God, yeah. They'd send us away.
I don't know.
I'll tell you this. I don't want to be a part of any of it. I've already done. I've been a college head coach, which is equivalent to being a president in office and age in terms of aging. I mean that 4 years took 20 years off my life. So,
hey, can we talk about that at all? Can we talk about that at all, or can we not talk about that?
Oh, you can talk about anything you want.
All right,
and I'll talk about that.
And if you can't say anything, don't say anything. I'll just speak on as a friend of yours and on your behalf. All right, so I didn't bring this up, and we talked about it a little bit on the other podcast. I just can't remember what we couldn't talk about. All right, so how David and I came to talk to each other, meet each other, is the first fall of doing the podcast. All right, you getting hungry again? The first fall of doing the podcast. DJ Elliott was on, was co-hosting with us, and I really got pissed off at Kansas about, they decided to move on from David as the head coach. And I knew people that worked around and worked there, and I kind of knew the whole story. But basically making up shit to try to get to not basically, allegedly, I better say allegedly so we don't get sued. Allegedly making up shit so they didn't have to pay David's buyout. And that really pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as a coach, like, you get these head coaching jobs, they're not free. They don't come around very often. And so when you get them, if they decide to move on, by God, pay your buyout. That's what the freaking contract's for.
Absolutely.
And so to literally make up shit, I mean, legitly make up shit, because I probably know a little bit more than I probably should know, but to make up shit about a good dude, and it's always in the headlines are, this. And then when David and those guys prove them wrong and they stand up, nobody wants to write about it. Nobody talks about it. And so you got a great football coach and a really good dude whose reputation is tarnished because when it comes to be the right stuff, they don't want to write about that. And that pisses me off.
It should.
Like, you don't treat people that way, and it's just bullshit. So I'm sorry. If you need to add anything else, go ahead. I just didn't want you to have to talk about that. Holy shit.
Man, I appreciate you, Tyler. They took Skoronski.
Will Levis continues to fall.
Dude, Levis, what are we doing? Dude, he's right now in the green room, like, sweating bullets. All right, so I had Peter as my second tackle. I do think he's a legit first-round guy. I would have bet you a gazillion dollars the Titans wouldn't take him. That surprises me a little bit. He's not really, as you're going to see here, he's more of a pass guy. He's not very good run blocking there, David. And when you got a guy named Derrick Henry behind you, you probably want a little road grader a little bit. There's probably I'm not picking this guy if I was a Titans GM. It doesn't fit your team unless you're getting rid of Derrick Henry. You better get you a guy that can run block. Watch all these highlights.
I'll tell you what's interesting.
Wait for
they show some highlights here on the NFL draft every year that I'm like, are you serious? That's what you're showing of all their plays? I mean, I'm not sure they do a great job of editing that.
Well, they just said pick the best view or something. I don't know, but I mean, this guy's a good player. But like, here, I guess this is the only thing I can think of is
about to drop off.
They got rid of they got rid of Taylor Lewan, right? So that's the only thing I can think of replacing him. But this guy's not a dog, man. I don't know if he's got that. I don't know if he's got that dog in him. That one confuses me a little bit. But it is what's the draft, man. That's why we love it.
But I will say this: like the money's about to drop pretty significantly. I think the number is the 12th pick, and then it starts going way down in terms of the drop in the money. It's
do we have another trade?
Pretty interesting.
Did we miss a trade?
I don't think so.
Oh, Detroit traded. They traded twice. So Detroit has the Cardinals pick.
Lions have 5 of the next 43 picks.
I'm going Gonzalez here for the Lions. Now that we see how everything's falling out, Lions will take Gonzalez. Dude, he's sweating. Look at
I'll tell you what, that's a team that if the Lions if they'll be patient and literally leave their head coach alone, they got a chance to build something there, I think.
Dude,
I mean, they're on their way, I think, a little bit.
All right, so let's talk about that. I'm glad you brought that up. Who's better than the Lions right now in the AFC North? NFC North. You got Green Bay, Minnesota.
I mean,
Green Bay, Chicago,
Minnesota's
right?
probably marginally better today.
Yeah, but they're getting ready to deal Dalvin Cook. All they got Jefferson. Who else they got?
Oh, they took Gibbs, the running back.
No.
Okay.
You're ahead of us. Jahmyr Gibbs?
Great player, but I would have thought they might have needed a defensive guy.
I'm really upset right now. I thought he was going to go to our Bengals. I knew he was going to
go
to
running back 28.
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah.
Dude, he was he was plus money to be in first round.
Well, he went 13.
I mean, you know what's crazy is they have him measured at 5'9.5", He does not look 5'9.5". Dude looks like he's 6'3".
Does that surprise
I
you right
mean,
there, David?
would y'all have known that he was 5'9.5"? I thought this dude was long.
I
didn't know he's
because
5'9.5".
all right, I can tell some stories now. All right, so
Okay.
all right, Jahmyr Gibbs from Dalton, Georgia. All right, Neal, I'm gonna enlighten you on some things here. My man Clay Karcher, who's probably not listening, finds this guy named Jahmyr Gibbs. Nobody's really recruiting this kid. So we kind of start investigating. We offer the kid. He was a late bloomer. Like I'm talking about like as a senior. Okay. So nobody really nobody was recruiting this guy, David. And as a senior, because everybody's done with their junior evals. So he kind of blossomed as a senior. And this guy's tape, Dalton, Georgia, carpet capital of the world, is a dude. So we offer the kid and start doing some investigating. Parents or people that take care of him, Ole Miss people.
Okay.
We're like, we're in. We start trying to push buttons, start working, and didn't really push because we had other guys that were recruiting, and then we got fired. So that's what happens. But Jahmyr Gibbs was, I wouldn't say almost, ends up going to Georgia Tech, but I would say if we hadn't got fired, probably 50-50 if he is a almost rebel. Yeah, he was going to be a surprise.
Wow.
How about that?
Would have been a different.
I tell you what, he's got a burst to him now. The dude's got a burst.
The people that are around him were big Ole Miss people. Like they may have gone to school here, Neal. But they came to game.
Might have been the lady, the white lady that was sitting next to him.
Yes, they are. The people that took care of him were.
Is that her?
Yep, that's her right there on the left. I can't remember her name. They took care of him, but yeah, they were almost. He was almost. If we hadn't got fired, he was probably coming here. But ended up going to Georgia Tech.
Siskey and McCready, I got a question for both of you guys before I get off. Okay, so everybody gets enamored by the first round. Every year, I try to pick a guy that is not in that first round or the top 15 picks that I think is going to be a sleeper that's going to wind up being, a big-time guy. Who is that guy for y'all in this draft? Is there anybody that you're like, man, this guy's undervalued? He is. And you just know a lot about him, whatever it may be. But I mean, I know I always have one. But do y'all have somebody?
Well, I don't know if they're going to get picked in the first round or not, but they may go second. Yeah, I got one that I know is going to go second round, at least second round, and he's a receiver that I really like. Probably my second favorite receiver in the whole draft, and has no chance of going in the first round. Josh Downs at North Carolina.
I like him too. Very athletic, great flexibility.
Elite one-step change direction. Can put his foot in the ground and change. And when you are playing in a league that's man coverage most of the time, that's the one thing. And David, you can echo this because I know you're a receivers guy too. The one thing that a lot of people don't realize is these, what I call certified card-carrying midgets, because I am one. I guess I can say that. When you play in the NFL, if you're a zone runner, if you're a big zone guy, because somebody plays zone, you got to be able to have the elite one-step change direction and get out of breaks, and because the length is so big. Like, that's where arm length comes into play, Neal. I know you hear that all the time with DBs. If I'm on top of you, all right, and I have 30-inch arms, I'm right here. But if I have 36-inch arms, you have to really outrun a guy by a step, right? This guy's got elite acceleration, elite one-step change direction. I think he's going to at least go in the second round, if not lower. That's a guy I got that I think is going to end up being a really good player.
That's a really good one. See, I got to give you credit. That's a really good one.
I got a handful.
What do you think, Neal?
Yeah, I like that. I got a handful. I'm big on Brian Brzee at Clemson. Huge on Emmanuel Forbes at Mississippi State. All that guy did in the SEC was make plays.
I think he's going to go first. That's what I put him.
Jack Campbell, it's a joke that I watch a lot of Iowa football, but Jack Campbell's a terrific football player. Their offense was horrible, but their defense was elite. And then I think he goes first round, but Brian Branch at Alabama.
Yeah, he's the only safety.
To me, he's as good of a safety as you're going to find.
Who you got?
Man, those are good ones. Good ones. This year, my guy is the A-Chain kid at Texas A&M.
Oh,
yeah, I like him too.
He
He may be.
leaps
He may.
speed.
I can't remember. I need to check. I think he's represented by a friend of mine.
Oh, is that right?
I need to check. I think so. I know he went to go meet with
So
him.
there's a lot of buzz that Levis is going right here to the Packers.
No way. There's no chance.
Telling you, there's a lot of buzz in internet land.
There's no way
Wow.
they take Levis after taking Love. Dude, if they take,
I'm not saying it happened. I'm just saying there's some buzz in internet land that it's happening.
I'm
Hey,
with you.
now here's the deal. Think about this. You get back-to-back quarterbacks at rookie money that are both. You can't go sign a backup that's going to be that kind of quality that has any age on him
That's true.
for that
Dude,
amount of
there's
money.
But Will Levis will be so pissed
Oh, beyond.
because he's not going to get an opportunity because they're
Do
going to
you
wear
give a
Jordan Love's
crap
ass out.
do you give a crap if Will Levis is pissed if you're the Packers?
No,
I mean,
no.
now I don't know that I take Will Levis because I don't know that you. Okay, I wouldn't take him because I don't think you want a rookie as the backup. You know,
No, apparently,
and you don't know that Love is
Dude,
the
our
backup.
stream's
apparently,
ahead
it's,
of us.
apparently it's Lucas Van Ness from Iowa
Hey, whoever's in the stream, how the hell are they getting picks ahead of us like that?
because we're on streaming. Yeah, Packers went Lucas Van Ness, the defensive end from Iowa.
Look at there. That's a
Yeah.
look
What
at
a
that.
suit that is.
Look at that guy. Look at him. Good for him.
Look
Hey,
at
Brock.
her.
Brock.
Yes.
One day,
Look at him. Good for
Brock.
him.
One day,
Lucas is doing well for himself.
Brock's over here minding his business.
Yes, he is.
I don't know
He's
who these people are, whether it's family or not. But Lucas, my man.
Well, look.
Lucas
say
Lucas
something?
got some talent around him.
Yes. Hey, Brock. One day, I want you to grow up and be Luke Van Ness. Can you have? We'll have that kind of draft party at our house, okay?
And let me tell you this: the thing about Van Ness not being a quote starter, end quote, he didn't play the first play. He played most second plays.
Yeah, no, he played. It was just a
That was a seniority thing, but he was a star. I mean,
he's a dude.
their offense was abysmal. Their defense was the exact opposite of abysmal.
Yes, they were.
Yes, absolutely.
Jackson
I'll
said,
tell you
dude,
what. Now
dude
this
has a hot
next
mom.
pick's going to be a.
What do you think?
This next pick is going to be interesting. Like because you never know what the Patriots are going to do.
All right,
You just
so
don't know.
Oh, I can tell you, dude. There's no way that Bill Belichick goes offense right here. Hey, how about this? Because my boy, I know Bob's listening. Bob may call in. Yeah. So, it's funny. Well, our buddy, the agent buddy, just said he's with. I guess he has Jahmyr Gibbs too, so he's
Okay.
at the draft. My buddy that has
Okay.
my friend.
Does he have a chain?
He did not say that. He's just at the draft with Jahmyr Gibbs, and he also has Jalen Hurts, so he's
Okay.
at the draft. Hang on, I gotta text him. He said, "You need me to call you now?" I said, "No."
I've heard great things about A-Chain. I think
All
he's
right,
a
so-
great work ethic guy, and he loves the ball, loves the game.
Yeah, I need to call. I'm gonna get Brock set up with Luke Van Ness.
Yeah, you do. You just need to get him around him. That's it. He's because there's
Look,
a
I
lot of
want
talent
you.
around him.
Look, and you don't need to learn how to play football like him. Just whatever game he's spitting, that's what
That's
you need
right.
to do. Okay. All
The
right.
boy's doing something right. There's
doing
no doubt
something
about
right.
it.
Hey, Dave. Guess what? Hey, so my little man got hurt yesterday at football practice. We got to get an MRI tomorrow afternoon. So
Oh,
Not looking good.
What, knee?
yeah, left knee.
Oh, man.
Went to the doctor today. He's the trainer thought it was a meniscus, but the doctor thinks it may be an MCL. So maybe we can avoid surgery. I don't know. So we're gonna find out tomorrow. So he's all fired up. He's over here to drive me home tonight. That's my designated driver tonight.
There you go. And look, if there's one thing I don't worry about anymore is knees. I mean, we're so good at those now. They might come back better. To be
See,
honest,
Coach Beatty says he's not worried about knees.
No,
I got you one that can run here in a couple of years.
Come on,
I'm getting him.
Do I need to offer him now?
He's not very tall like his father, but he can run.
You can offer him right here on the podcast. It can be breaking news.
Breaking news offer, FAU offer.
And I might be breaking rules as well. I don't know what the
Breaking
are.
rules and breaking
rules,
news.
whatever.
Those went out of the way a couple of years ago with NIL. You had me thinking about something a second ago. All right, so what do you think is there's my guy right there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Pittsburgh traded up. What did we give up? Brock? What did Pittsburgh trade for? But who you
One of those corners has got to come off here pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, I would think so. Do they take Kalijah Cansey from Pitt?
Maybe.
They're in the building.
You know what?
They share the facility.
I think the early part of this draft is really deep. I think. I mean, in my opinion, this first round is loaded. I don't know that you can go too wrong. To be honest with you.
Why is Gonzalez?
The only thing that scares me is the work ethic issue with a kid. That would bother me. I don't know, like, would that bother you, Sis? I mean,
yeah,
knowing what
yes.
you know, I mean,
I'm not,
dude, I know.
like,
I've seen that song be played a bunch, and I actually know how that song ends. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that was the thing that I always said. Neal's heard me say this, and I've told him this privately. I don't think I've told him on the show before, but for me, when I went to Alabama the first time, or I guess the only time when I went to Alabama, I said, there's 85 guys out here that are talented enough to play in the NFL. Why don't they all go? And when you get to look at it, there's a difference between the guys that play in the NFL. There's two ways you play in the NFL. Either you're just so stupidly talented that they can't deny it, or you're just like everybody else, or you work your ass off and you got the right shit about you. That's it. There's no in between. I mean, you can't be just a everyday college player and not work your ass off and expect to get in the NFL. Those are called free agents.
And I say it all the time, man. Turn on the TV on Sunday. You don't know 80% of the guys. They're just the dudes making all the money. You don't know them. They're just work ethic guys. I mean, they're willing to outwork you. I mean, you can have anything you want in this world if you want it bad enough. But I tell my guys all the time now, the most important trait you have to have is dependability. Can we depend on you?
All right. Let me ask you a question. There's my man, Broderick Jones, gone. So I had him as the third best tackle. So here's the deal. All right. So now when you look at offensive line, hey, my mother, I love my mother to death. My mother is giving me updates on draft picks like I don't know what's going on. All right. she's a stud. I'm going to say Osiris Torrance from Florida will be the next offensive line off the board. He's got to go first now. Like, he was going to be a late draft pick, but now there's going to be a run. Somebody's going to take him if they're going to take an offensive line. And guess who's up next? All right, I got a question for you there, David. You got the Jets on the clock. They just got Aaron Rodgers. All right. So here's my question. You're the GM for the Jets. I got three choices for you. Do you go Osiris Torrance at Florida because he's the next best offensive lineman, or nobody's taking this guy? We have not had the first wide receiver taken yet. Do you take Jackson Smith and Jigma at Ohio State, or do you go tight end with Dalton Kincaid?
Man, I'm Jackson Smith and Jigma is from Rockwall, right next to my hometown, so I'm a little bit biased there. And I like him. I love him. I know he loves football. I think he's a terrific player. I really do. He might be the only guy that I would probably say right now at a receiver spot that I would take right now in the first round. The rest of them are really good. I like your kid at North Carolina, but
yeah, he's a second. What about Texas kid? What about Quentin Johnson at TCU? You think he's a first round guy or second round guy?
Man, too inconsistent. To me, he went to sleep the latter part of the year. He did not show up, right? I mean, that worries me. Now, earlier in the year, I was like, this guy's a freak. But later in the year, something happened and he didn't show up as much. And I just think the real guys show consistency all year long.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Well, dude, I appreciate the hell out of you, man. You've been freaking great.
Yeah, absolutely, David. A lot of fun. A lot of fun.
You had nothing else to do but sit in your hotel in Panama City and drink Michelob Ultra and watch the draft with us. You're stud,
fellas,
man.
I had a blast. I am so glad y'all were scraping the bottom of the barrel and asked me to come on with you, man.
Everybody says that. Everybody says we're scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like, so if y'all either down there together or we're doing it right. So, no, but you're stud. Hey, what about, I lied. I got one more question for you since you've been giving us all your time anyway. Serious question.
Okay.
Talk to me a little bit about, all right, you're the receivers coach at FAU. talk to me a little bit about NIL as far as like, are kids asking you about NIL at FAU? Your players, like how has that changed? Kind of, you're a Group of 5 school, position coach at Group of 5. Like, what conversations have you had about NIL at your level?
There's definitely conversations about it. The thing that I've noticed is it's really more of a head coach thing in terms of trying to create. And I say head coach thing. I mean, it's I don't even know if I know all the rules that go along with it, to be honest with you. I'm just glad I'm not having to build it, right? But
there are no rules.
I think it's more of I think it's more of a head coach thing in terms of that. Now, there's obviously communication with guys within your system, within your unit, but it really does kind of fall more on the head coach and the powers that be at your university to create a legal way to be able to operate in that NIL space. But yes, it is a thing. It is. I'll tell you what I am noticing is the portal. I think players are starting to learn that, man, you better be very careful. Better be very careful before you start jumping in that portal. You better have something, because the reality of it is the portal is all, it's all fancy and everybody thinks it's all, it's all rainbows and stuff. But man, I'd say 3/4 of the guys that go in the portal, all they did was just give up their scholarship, and a lot of those don't ever play anywhere again. It's crazy. If you have a scholarship, you better hang on to it, is what I'm saying. I mean, because the portal is being glorified by the top 2 or 3% that actually land somewhere. I think there's upwards of 80% of the people that enter it that don't find a home. They don't find a home. And
nobody wants to talk about that. And the portal, I don't know, man. I just, you know how I am. When you've talked plenty.
You and I are the same way.
Yeah, we're the same way on that. A lot of the fans don't agree with it, and I get it, whatever. But being in the building and doing it day to day, it's just how it goes. All right, before you go, I got a couple questions from the stream for you. Okay, I keep saying before I let you go, so I'm sorry.
No sweat.
All right. So Triple Mask wants to know, what is your draft grade on the Van Ness family?
Is there anything higher than an A+?
That was pretty strong.
I just think there's a lot of talent around that young man.
No doubt.
No doubt. No question. He wins the draft my grade. I'm good for him. All right, Leif Benson wants to know, ask him what it was like during the FAU run in the tournament for the football team.
Incredible. I was very fortunate. One of my dear friends is Bill Self. So I was very fortunate, obviously, to be at Kansas during a lot of the big runs there, because I was there 3 different times, actually.
Yep.
And I got to see a lot of it, right? But, man, nothing like this. It was absolutely incredible. I do. Listen, they did such an incredible job, and they really did put that university on the map. And it's crazy. The enrollment it is so competitive to get into FAU right now, and a lot of that has to do with that run. And it's truly helping all of us in all the other sports, because it literally put us on the map in many ways. So it was really cool.
All right, Matt Browning. This is a good question. Matt Browning asked, what percentage of your roster are you aware of that's being tampered with?
Hey, that's a great question.
I know
from a reality perspective, the ones that are being tampered, the amount that would be being tampered with, I would say probably less than 10%.
Okay.
And we've got some talent now. We got some talent, but there's still a perception that exists out there that whether people want to admit it or not, there is still a perception. And if a guy didn't make all conference in Conference USA, and you're dipping down to go take that guy, and he didn't even make all conference in Conference USA, and you're dipping down from a Power 5 school to go take that guy, you better be ready to face the backlash. I mean, there's a perception there. And sometimes that's hard to survive. It might drive decision making, by head coaches at times. And I just think that, there's still a perception there that exists with that I think makes it, there's still not as many being tampered with as you think. But I do know this: every one of them are being evaluated. Every one of them are being evaluated. I don't know how many are being tampered with, but I know all of them are being evaluated.
Yeah, because nobody's watching this show right now, so I can say it. With what I do for a living, every one of our clients has a portal board.
Yeah.
Every one of them. You can have as many boards as you want. 95% of the players on the board aren't in the portal.
Yeah, of course.
They're getting looked at. They're getting looked at, allegedly. They're getting looked at by whoever, allegedly, per sources. I may know somebody that works at Quick U.
Yeah.
Per sources.
Right.
Per sources.
Yeah, per sources. They're getting looked at. That's for sure. I mean, hey, what's your move when you find out, if you find out one of your players has been being tampered with, what's your move? Like, what do you do? Does Tom do something? Does Tom call the coach? What do you call the coach? What's your move?
Well, obviously, it's instant communication, and you would hope that you have a good enough relationship with your players that
They tell you.
that you look. If you don't talk about it and you just think it's not going to happen, I think you're preparing for a blind side, right? So
Yep.
we take the policy and the stance of talking about that deal to our guys, and being open about like communications that you want to have about your current situation, and if that's something that you should look into, or if you just feel like you want to come talk to us about it. I mean, putting your head in the sand, I think, can get you blindsided, and that's from a head coaching perspective. I know that's what Tom wants, and myself, I would want that too. I don't blindside me. So let's create a relationship with our players to where we at least have a little idea of something going on.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, dude, you got anything else for my guy, David? We got JFK, we got NIL, we got all kinds of stuff.
It was great stuff. It's been fantastic.
David, dude, I appreciate the hell out of you, man. You know that. Look, if you're always like you are considered, by the way, just so you know, the fans think you're the best guest that's ever joined because they love the JFK stuff, by the way. So you're always going to be the fan favorite, but appreciate the hell out of you. I can't wait to see you guys this fall. I can't wait to see you get some points dialed up in Boca Raton, man.
Well, you got to come see us, man. It's always good to be on with the best receiver coach to ever coach the game.
Oh, look at you. Yeah, I am unemployed though. You know that, right? Like they fired me. They don't like me anymore. They fired me.
Not at all, man. And Neal, y'all do such a great job. I mean, I cannot believe it, but I don't have time to do this, but I listen to y'all's podcast all the time. It's really entertaining. I hope you guys continue to do it. It's been something that's been a highlight for me each week. So enjoyed being on with you guys and appreciate all your fans.
We got David Beatty and my mother. We got 2 listeners.
There's 2.
There's 2.
Hey, when we renegotiate with Rango, we have 2 listeners.
Hey,
now.
Bob, we got 2 listeners. We got David Beatty and my mother.
It's more than just Tyler's mom.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. We got more.
Hey, half the battle is looking the part, and y'all got some real equipment there that really looks like y'all are actually doing some shit. I don't know if it's real or not, but it looks pretty real.
I was just pairing into an iPad as you spoke.
All right, so this is the first. Before you go, this is the first. My mother is still texting me draft picks like I'm not watching the draft. This is great. Can you text your grandmother and tell her that I'm watching the draft? All right, so Will McDonald, Iowa State.
He's really small. Look at how little he is. He's young though.
Yeah. This is the first player that I did not have as a first rounder.
I'm going to admit this. I've never heard of him.
No, he's legit. I just thought he was a second round guy.
Long guy, but he started making it up on people's boards. I mean, he was on a lot of lists being in the top 20.
Golly, I missed this one because I had Nolan Smith from Georgia and Miles Murphy going ahead of him.
He's a big kid now.
Yeah, I mean,
look how long those arms
6'4",
are.
250. You know what they say about that length, Neal?
Man.
You know what they say about long length, Neal? Long sleeves.
Okay. I didn't know we were
I was
braced for the worst.
I wasn't sure. With Siskey, I wasn't sure where that was going.
I know. David, I thought, well, there's the end of my broadcasting career. You know? I never thought that would be what would take it down, but here we are.
Yeah, no.
I think this is a great spot for me to bow out, fellas.
Yeah.
Hey, David, thank you so much.
Brother.
Y'all, man. Yeah. Y'all have a good one. Thanks a bunch, guys.
Thank you, brother. He's the best.
Yeah, he was great. I need to update.
You got to do your.
I've got some serious updating to do.
What? How many did you get put up?
3, I think. So you
We're
probably
like
you probably need to
15
talk
picks
for a
in
minute.
for like 15 minutes. I'm going to interview Brock here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do some talking for a minute while I update the big board.
Like, I feel like I'm so far behind. Like, we got people like Jackson Orr says Forbes gone. Does that mean that he's getting picked here? Man, I hope so. The Washington Commanders are on the clock at 16. Will McDonald going to the Jets surprises me. Like I said, I was telling with David, he's the first person I did not have in my first round. I had 39 picks. He's the first person I did not have in the first round. Had him going second. But I know the guys at Iowa State, quick you clients, really high on this guy. So I'm excited about him. Washington Commanders wasting no time at 16. The pick is in. So they knew where they were going. Jackson says it's Will Levis. He must be ahead of us. Jackson, are you ahead of us on TV, or do you have there's a Twitter account. I told Neal about this. There's a Twitter account that releases the picks early. Do we know who that guy is this year? I got my tag team partner, Brock. But the big story right now, the first round, is Will Levis. Got New England next. He's not going there. You got Detroit next. Probably not going there. Tampa Bay is staring down Will Levis here. That would be pick 17, 18, 19. I had Hendon Hooker on my draft going there. But Will Levis still on the board, which is a shocker. Triple Mass says Levis is dropping because of his mayonnaise and pinto beans coffee. That's great. I tried to get Neal to take some mayonnaise pizza today, but he wouldn't do it. Brock, will you throw one of them cookies, dog? I'm making your ass get up. Yeah, like you're hurt or something. You don't say hello to everybody? You're just going, no, I'm not going to do it. Neal, who ate the cookies? Huh? Neal, would you like a cookie?
Not right now.
All right. I'm going cookie. Yeah, Jackson, I got you. Emmanuel Forbes going out Will Levis. All right. My mother still let me know what the picks are. All right, so we got the Commanders in. Looks like they're going Emmanuel Forbes. New England's still sitting there at 17. I have no idea why. The other story is Gonzalez. Gonzalez was thought, and my man Bob, I know he's listening. Gonzalez, by many people, was thought to be the top corner in the draft, and he's still sitting here. We should have a run on corners. We got tight ends. Dalton Kincaid. Dude, here's what I like. I like Gonzalez going next to New England. I like Kincaid going to Detroit. Detroit needs a tight end. They lost Hawkinson to the Vikings. They traded him last year, so they got a spot there. They need a tight end in Detroit. Dude, that'd be a who did Detroit take the first round pick? You remember, Neal? I know you're right, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. Detroit took Jahmyr Gibbs.
It still blows my mind. They could have had a hell of a defense. And we still haven't had yet to have the first wide receiver taken. So this is going to get interesting here towards the back half of this draft. Yeah, Trail Mass says that Kincaid dude is a badass. I agree. He's the best tight end in the draft. He's a dude of all dudes. Why is the NFL running? I guess we got to run commercials because the pick is in. Will Levis is freaking full on sweating on the NFL Network. We have a brow sweat. Mom is visibly upset. We got the eyes closed and squinting. We have massive pressure. Full draft day. What's my dude from draft day's name? The quarterback. We got full draft day experience going on with Will Levis dropping in the draft. He's very uncomfortable. Seattle's going to be sitting there for a quarterback. Chargers running backs are gone, so there's no more running backs. Minnesota needs running backs. I think we're going to see some trades here on the back end getting out of here. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on. All right, Doors Rule says Houston's won the draft. I don't know if I can disagree with you on that one. I think the Bears have done really well for themselves. We got the pick is in. The Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes, Mississippi State. Dude, I'm so happy for this kid. I hope they got a camera on him. Again, I will tell you, like we talked about on Monday, if you would have told me that Emmanuel Forbes was going to be a first-round pick, I would have kissed your ass and gave on at 12 noon on Sunday and gave you 4 days to draw a crowd. He was 6 foot half inch, 140. I went back and looked at our records after the show on Monday because I still have in my office. He was 6 foot half inch, 143 pounds in November of his senior year. So when I say skinny, Neal,
Yep.
that is like, that's how you want to feel after you run tomorrow morning. Skinny.
Yeah.
It doesn't get any skinnier than that. Oh, see, hey, did you hear what Brock said?
I heard him.
So Brock was also, were you with me when we saw him? Yeah, so he was at the baseball game several times here, wanted to come to Ole Miss. I'm the asshole. Blame me. You fired me, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, good job, Tyler.
Thanks. But look, he's a phenomenal human being, great kid. Excited for him to be a first-round pick. That's just great. What's that? There you go. Patriots taking Gonzalez. Patriots to pick us in. They will be taking Gonzalez. I'm going to see if I can beat my man. Who's up here telling me all the freaking picks, man? Some guy's on fire up here. Is it Leif? Leif Benson, you're on fire. Patriots are going to take Gonzalez. So we got to run at corners right here. So we got Gonzalez gone. We got Emmanuel Forbes gone. Guess who we don't have off the board yet at corner? Joey Porter Jr. Thought would be gone by now. Are you still filling that thing out?
Yeah.
That is impressive. Neal, don't let anybody tell you that your production skills are limited.
I was trying to update the rest of the picks, but it's a little too convoluted.
This is a big time pick, Gonzalez. I can't believe he slipped to 17. That blows my mind. This kid was considered maybe a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
His interview threw me off, though. After listening to the guy talk, I'm with him. You want to open this thing up some phone calls?
Yeah, we can open up.
Pay some bills first?
Sure. No, we're good.
Good?
Let's see. I say that. Let me take care of a couple people here.
Because if you take care of some bills, then I got to go use the men's room.
All right, you go ahead. I'm getting to some things. Everybody just bear with me here. Here we go. Walk On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with the taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering Louisiana, made from scratch Louisiana cuisine, po' boys, gumbo, voodoo shrimp. Plus, enjoy fan favorites like juicy burgers, fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs, 40-plus ice-cold beers on tap. Also, you can let Walk-Ons take care of all your tailgating needs this coming season. Inquire today about their family and friends bundles, their tailgate platters. Order online at walkons.com or on their convenient Walk-Ons app. Visit Walk-Ons today in Oxford or Ridgeland. Again, a reminder, we're brought to you by Rain Total Body Fuel, 300 milligrams of natural caffeine, BCAAs, electrolytes, zero sugar. It's got what you need to push the limits and achieve your goals. Check them out on Instagram at Rain Body Fuel to learn more. And we're brought to you by Comer Heating and Air, Southern Air Conditioning and Heating. Different names, same great products and services. If you live in Oxford, Batesville, Tupelo, or the surrounding area, call Comer at 662-801-1777. If you live in Hernando, Memphis, or the surrounding area, call Southern 662-429-4429. We'll open up phone lines in a second. I'll put the number up on the screen. I even thought about, probably stupid on my part, I even thought about putting up the interview link if someone wanted to zoom in and be seen.
You gonna do it? Why not?
I mean,
what else the hell we got to do?
That's true. I'll put it in the stream and we'll see what happens.
See what kind of nuts we got with the listeners today. If you don't want to be heard and you want to be seen, you really gonna do this? Yeah. Why not? We were drinking tonight anyway, right? Yeah. It'd be good to put a face with some of our voices, though. You know, Like, let's get Grind. I mean, Grind's on here every day. Can we get Grind to freaking video chat us in? Oh, Flippin' Reb says Siskey's treating those white bottles like a Jimbo offense. Oh, that's good. I got receipts over here. I got receipts. You must not be paying attention. I can't believe you put that up there. But here's the problem. Who's going to video chat in? This is great. You thought of that today?
It crossed my mind, and so there you are.
Were you drunk?
No, I was not.
Dude, nobody's got the nuts to do that.
You don't think?
Dude, you know who we could do?
Hmm.
I guarantee I know who could do it. I bet your boy Brandon would do it.
Oh God.
We'd be on Ole Miss would be on probation by the end of the show.
Yeah. He might get the NBA on probation. He might get the Grizzlies on probation.
Austin said he's down. Who's down? There's the link. Let's go. If you click it, you come to the show. You go live on. Austin, see, there you go. I'll go after Grind. See, Grind's disappeared. I think Grind's chilling. What the Lions going to do here, man?
I don't know. At some point, Levis goes, right? He goes first round.
He's got to go Tampa Bay, man. Nobody wants to click the link. See, I told you that they'll call, but they won't go. Did you put the phone number up there too?
I haven't yet.
How does that work if you put the phone number and the link?
I guess first come, first serve.
Drink a beer with us. We'll see your face, just so you know. If you click the link and you come to the show, we'll see your face.
All right, there's the number. It's on the.
Oh,
good pick.
Jack Campbell.
That's a good pick. He's a hell of a good player.
Look at you, have 2 Iowa guys.
Yeah, it was. Hey, no joke. It was a really good defense.
Well, you have to have 2 first-round guys if you're that good. So how does this work? They call your iPad?
Yeah. Supposedly.
Triple Mass said, how good does my internet have to be? Just click it and let's find out. I mean, we're not going to know unless you hit this thing. Tupelo said, Neal, this Zoom thing might actually end your broadcasting career.
It's possible. It is possible.
So
I'm surprised Zay Flowers is still out there. I'm surprised.
We haven't had the first receiver taken yet.
No.
That is surprising. Oh, we got somebody on the camera?
Yep.
All right, who we got? This is great.
Oh, they hung up?
They hung up?
Yep.
By the way, David Beatty is spelled. Oh, we got him back. Do you say caller who we have?
All right, hang on, Austin. I'm going to get to you. Hold on.
Oh, is it Austin?
Yeah.
How do you know it's Austin?
Because it says Austin.
Oh, it says it on his name. That's pretty cool.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Man, I cannot believe y'all are stupid enough to do this.
That's all Neal. I had nothing to do with it. That was his idea. I swear I didn't have anything to do with it.
Man, appreciate it though. But I just sitting over here in the car. I was turning you guys on, and I was listening to y'all because I just left B-Dubs, and I just had to hop on. So, quick question for both of you. Okay, so is it weird? Is it weird that because I've been thinking it's been weird. We've seen not one running back, but 2 running backs picked this early. Like, I thought, like, as far as narratives go, I thought drafting a running back in the first round is supposedly crazy. What do you guys think about that? I mean, I get they're both dogs, but like, I was surprised that we've had 2 running backs and no receivers to this point.
My thing on Bijan Robinson is this. I heard an interview with Will Anderson where he was asked, who was the best player you played against in your entire career? And you think about all of the players that he played against in his college career, and he said Bijan Robinson. To me, he just told me everything. And I get it. running backs don't make it past 30 with too much tread on the tires, but you get 6, 7, 8, 9 years out of Bijan Robinson. That's a lot of productivity. He's a tremendous receiver out of the backfield. He's a dude. And then Gibbs might be a slight reach, but his upside is off the charts.
I wasn't surprised that there were that's the only two running backs. Now, if you throw in another running back, I guess the next guy would be the kid from UCLA. I can't think of the kid's name. This is the kid from Iowa, if it's get picked. Jack Campbell. I was surprised that Jahmyr Gibbs went as high as he went. I told Neal right before we started the show, I thought that Jahmyr Gibbs would actually get taken in the first round. I just thought he would get all the way to Cincinnati at the end, which that's not the case. But yeah, I mean, and here's the thing is like, and you guys know this. I mean, running backs are a dime a dozen. Bijan Robinson, like Neal said, I was not surprised he went as high as he's, in my opinion, was the top 2 or 3 player in the draft. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Now, what is B Dubs? You said you were at B Dubs. What the hell is that?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Oh, is that what it's called? B Dubs? Is that the word for it? Is B Dubs?
Oh, did we lose him?
Oh, is he calling us back? Are you using the B Dubs
Sorry, guys.
Wi-Fi?
I guess he dropped y'all.
Yeah. He must be on the B-Dubs Wi-Fi.
I mean, no, yeah, but I don't know. I think that Jahmyr Gibbs was probably the surprise of going that high. I thought he would go in the first round, just not that high. So what'd you eat at B-Dubs tonight?
So, quick question, guys. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. Last thing I'll say before I let somebody else hop on, which, by the way, Grind, I mean, I'm not sure if you can hear me or not, brother, but come on. I think everybody wants to see you, man. So I got to ask, do you guys see any scenario at all that Hendon Hooker goes before Will Levis at this point? Any scenario at all?
Oh, Hendon Hooker before Will Levis.
No. Looks like Tampa Bay's taking Kalijah Kancey. I thought this. I would have bet you my house that this would have been quarterback.
So let's answer his question though. Any scenario where Hooker goes
at
before
this point,
Levis?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
At this point,
Anything's on the board now.
I mean, we're at pick 19. Will Levis hadn't been. I mean, what was it the other day that the picks like he was started? Will Levis was possibly going 2.
2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think something's. Dude, there's phones ringing. You talk about somebody's phone being busy. Whoever's at Kentucky is trying to figure out why is he sliding. Yeah, anything's on the board at this time. I don't know what's going on with Will Levis.
It's mayonnaise and coffee.
Mayonnaise and coffee. I mean, if Seattle doesn't take him, we know the Chargers aren't taking a quarterback. We know Baltimore's not taking a quarterback. Minnesota maybe. They're going to take one or they're somewhere. Jacksonville, no.
Nope.
The Giants, no.
Nope.
Dallas.
Mm-mm. Too many needs.
Buffalo, no.
No.
Cincinnati, no.
Of course not.
New Orleans.
New Orleans, maybe, but they just went for Derek Carr.
Philly, no.
No.
Kansas City, no.
No.
So at the end of the day, I got a coach call me. At the end of the day, dude, I don't know. Dude, Will Levis, if he doesn't get picked right here by Seattle, he has one more chance, I think, or he's out of the first round unless somebody trades up.
It's a rough night for him.
Dude, that's rough.
It happens every year.
But this dude, it happens. But usually
it happens every year.
It usually happens to the guys that are supposed to be picked like 17th and they show up at the draft, you know?
Yeah.
This guy's supposed to be picked 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Woo! I don't know, Austin. What do you think?
Just I'm with Snoop here. You just don't put mayonnaise in your coffee. I mean, there's just some things you don't do in life.
Like, look, I'm a weird guy. Not really.
You're not that weird. No, you're not.
I wouldn't put mayonnaise in my coffee.
Of course not.
Not even to try it. Like, I wouldn't try it. I'll do anything.
Guy comes to your house to date your daughter and he puts mayonnaise in your coffee. He's out.
He's getting his ass kicked.
He's out. You look at her and go, hey, babe.
I don't have a daughter, so I don't worry about that.
Well, I mean, I do, and I would have been like, that's it. If he says, hey, do you have any mayonnaise? I'd be like, for what? For my coffee. Get the hell out of my house.
All right, hey, have you had to have that conversation yet? Have you had the guy come to the door yet?
Not really.
Have you thought about what you're going to do?
Not really.
I mean, are we beating somebody's ass? I mean,
No,
what's
I mean,
the game
no.
here? What's the move?
I mean, I'm going to say how much money you got.
No, you're
How much money does your family got?
no, you're not.
Yeah.
Are you cleaning guns?
No, I'm going to say how much money does your family have?
That's what you're going to ask him.
Yeah. Like, what's up with you guys?
See what?
So what's everybody do?
See what's your pappy do?
Yeah.
What does he do?
Yeah. Can I see some tax records? Yeah.
Is that your move?
Yeah.
I would legitly.
My girls can spend money. I need to know that it's all going to be okay.
All right. While we're doing the draft show, Kalijah Cansey, Pitt, short arms. And I said it earlier, the study, 25 years of the NFL, 25 years. Only zero players have had 4 more sacks having under 32-inch arms, and he fits that mold. So this is I don't see this one. This is the kid I would have let go to the second round. And they're trying to stop. You see this? This is what makes me mad. Why are we comparing this kid to Aaron Donald? That's not fair. Did he leave us?
Yeah, we lost him.
him.
His internet connection wasn't good.
Why are we comparing this kid to Aaron Donald?
I don't know.
Stop. We're going to compare the 19th pick in the draft to the best defensive lineman in the last 15 years. That's stupid. All right. Austin said, thanks for having me, guys. I couldn't hear you after I got back the second time, but I just want to say thank you for having me on. He said, love you guys. How about that? You got another fan. You want another beer? Or you good?
I'm okay right now.
I think I will.
I'm trying to update the board here. Got 18
Yep.
and 19.
Snoop said that our good friend Austin made history on the podcast today. Is he the first ever caller kind of on the video?
Yeah, first one.
How about that, Neal?
I know, it's great.
Did you study production or anything? No. Reb Chris says it's like comparing Siskey to Nick Saban. First of all, Siskey is spelled Siskey. I'm just kidding. No, I'm really not. That's how it's spelled. Yeah, it's not a fair comparison. That's insane. We gotta get a. You know what? We're gonna get. Hang on, I got a coach calling me. Hang on a second.
Okay.
My good friend.
Got some scoop?
No, I don't know. Get him to call in.
Big Ben says Neal's a gold digger. Aren't you supposed to provide the dowry? Yeah. I just know how the world works.
I would legitly have I would have a problem if I had daughters. The peanut gallery over here says that his mom would have a better problem. Yeah, I was just told by a coaching buddy of mine that we had the number 16 and 17th pick on campus in the same day in 2019.
Oh, is that right?
Fire that guy. Fire that guy. Who was the 17th pick?
Christian Gonzalez.
Oh, that's right.
Y'all had him on campus?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about that?
Wild world we live in. That's what happens when you fire a dude. You can't get no kids in when you fire them. It's really funny, how I was really looking forward to that class.
The truth is,
Yeah.
not to get
you can't. I get it.
Y'all
I
were
get it.
Y'all were so
I get it.
Y'all were really close to turning the corner.
It was close.
Mhm.
Now I will say that all kidding aside, it was a slow build kind of deal, right? Because we had to restart from probation, but
Yeah.
we were on the right guys.
You were close.
We were on the right guys. And it's not like I'm sitting there evaling my ass off. It's just the whole staff, great evaluators, great guys. The coach that just called me is coaching in a Power 5 school right now. And
Yeah. Y'all
He
were-
doesn't know I'm doing a show, but
Y'all were close.
he just sent me a text, said, "Hey, you remember we had the number 16th
Yeah.
and 17th pick on campus the
Y'all
same
were
day?"
y'all were close.
It was fun. We had a group. Like you're sitting here. That's what's kind of makes this draft fun. Is I know most of these guys are evaluated them or know where we're
Yeah.
at with those guys, and it's kind of fun. Nobody else wants to freaking call. Nobody else wants to try your link. By the way, Austin's the only one that had the nuts to do it. I can't believe Grind's probably not on here. I hadn't seen him chat in a while. Grind being on here would be classic, wouldn't it? Do you know what Grind looks like?
I don't. I assume sort of like Denzel Washington.
You assume?
Yeah. Michael B. Jordan.
Wasn't he going to like come see us in Mobile and he didn't come see us?
I can't remember. Tyler.
Yeah.
Will Levis looks rough. The people around Will
Look
Levis.
at the sweat coming off of his face.
His mother looks like she's ready to.
Yeah, she's ready to fight.
She's ready to let it go. If she were standing in the shower right now, she'd be sobbing.
Would she be like, crying game? Would she...
God.
Oh, that's good shit. That's good. So why do you think Grind looks like Denzel?
Because he's a guy that calls into our show. I mean, we only get the most handsome people. The beautiful people are on this show. Everybody knows that.
I'm sorry. Oh man, that's great. What's that? Dude, I don't know. The clock's ticking. They haven't picked yet?
Seahawks pick is in at 20.
Oh, they got it in. This has to be Jackson Smith in Jiba.
From Ohio State.
Yep.
Yep.
Best wide receiver on the board. It took all the way to pick 20, Neal.
To go receiver, yeah.
Shaggy said, "I call in, but I ain't got nothing to say." That's good shit. So we got the Chargers on next. Running back. I'm good. Golly, Chargers. Where do the Chargers go? Let's see what their Chargers needs are. This is getting interesting here. D-line, linebacker, offensive tackle, edge. So, do you know who else we haven't heard? Maybe the Jags take him, but Brian Branch is still out there. Larry Joe says, "I picture Grind in a Batman costume." He has a giant Game of Thrones sword behind him on the wall. That's good shit. Hey, the Hawks won. Where's my man? Where'd Neal go? He go to the trash can? He just disappeared. That'd be funny. Somebody calls. I have no idea what buttons to push. Just start pushing buttons and shit. Be good. You want to come say hey to anybody? Who you want to talk to? Whoever wants to talk to you. Huh? Hang on. I got somebody else. Let's see. 4-2. I know. Sorry, guys. It's a long show. I'm so disappointed that Grind had his opportunity to get on camera and has gone ghost. See, everybody wants to talk a good game. Y'all want to talk shit in the stream. But when it comes time for showtime, nobody wants to show up. But that's okay. Yeah, if somebody calls, I have no idea what button to push. So hopefully Neal comes running. Who the Seahawks taking, Brock? Jackson and Noah Smith. I think, dude, we got Dalton Kincaid. We got tight ends hadn't been taken yet. The two big ones that hadn't come off yet: Brian Branch, Dalton Kincaid at Utah is a dog. Will Levis, obviously, who is sweating bullets, dude. Will Levis is going to end up going to the second round. This is going to be a shit show. Hey, you have a question in the chat. Triple Mask says, "What's Brock think of the Van Ness family?" He's speechless. He didn't have anything to say. Triple Mask. UPS Shaggy going to have to resend a link. Hell, I don't know. I don't know if I can even do that. Yeah, I'll have to let Neal do that when he gets a chance. He'll send it. Unless somebody else knows how to do it. It's up there in the chat somewhere. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste that. Oh, snap. Are you doing it? Hey, can you resend the link in the thing? Somebody was asking.
Yes.
I was hoping somebody didn't call. My man Neal has gone down and got the wine glasses. Are these the kind that you like? You like do this number 2 and you sniff them?
I mean, you can if you like.
I was hoping nobody called while you were gone. There it is. Hey, Brock, while I'm thinking about it, are the Oxford Orioles the worst baseball team that's ever been put together? They're bad. We got a phone call?
Yep. All right, hold on. Hey, who we got? Hold on.
Can you hear him?
I'm working on it. Making sure they can hear me. I've got them connected. Nope. I don't like this little setup. It's not good. It's good setup, but it's not user friendly for me.
Are they still there?
No, they're gone.
Oh, I know who that was.
Who was it?
I'll let it be a surprise.
Okay.
It's a friend.
I don't know. I did it said it was connected.
He said it rang and then it hung up.
No, it didn't hang up. Tell him to try again.
I did. The close friend of the show. Are you over there cracking wine bottles open?
Yeah. Is that all right?
I love it. Hey, do you know who I want to call? Can we bother somebody? Oh, I want to call somebody. We're trying.
All right, hang on. Let me get you on Bluetooth. Hold on. Hey, who we got? They're connected.
Hey, can you hear us? Check, check.
I can. What's going on?
So we have here.
We are live.
We are live with the man, the myth, the legend, Bob Rucato from Monster Energy.
What's up, Bob?
Yeah, what's going on? How we doing?
What's happening?
I'm telling you, as a Bears fan, I am very happy tonight.
Really? You
very happy.
You didn't want Jalen Carter?
You know, I've always kind of questioned his motor, and that's the only thing that because I've watched every Georgia game for last 3 years, and he just takes plays off, and that was the only thing that bothered me with him. But I mean, talent-wise, there's nobody in the draft like him. I mean, if he played like the guy from Pittsburgh, he'd have been the first pick. No, it wouldn't even have been a question. So that was my only thing with him. So I'm not depressed about it, but they needed protection for Fields. I love that they got Wright from Tennessee, who's a beast. So I'm happy about that.
So the Chargers are going to go Quentin Johnson here at TCU, getting a little weapon for Justin Herbert. How about that?
You were talking about a running back earlier a couple times, right?
Well, they're all gone now. I was hoping they were still going to be there.
Yeah, they're all with Gibbs.
Oh, this is perfect timing,
exactly.
by the way. Hey, Bob, guess what my man Neal's got right here? Hang on.
I hope he's got like a grape. You got a grape?
All right.
Kiwi, maybe?
I'll let Neal describe this.
It's a red blend. It's a red blend from the people who make Camus. The last time Tyler had Camus,
Just for Tyler?
yeah. I mean, I'm risking so much here.
All right, so Bob,
that is awesome. I love it.
Bob was so when do you remember the restaurant? I don't know what restaurant we went to, but the Camus that we had out there was
In Boise.
Which was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was like Land, Fish, and Sea or something.
Land,
like that,
Fish,
right?
and Sea, yeah, something
It was
like that.
something like that.
Yeah, and I was sick as a dog. I probably had I thought I may have had the disease, but I didn't. But it tasted just, that's how you know it was a really good wine.
Oh, God.
It tasted just as good coming up as it did going down. So I'm going with a taste test right here. Why does it say? So is Camus a type of wine?
Camus is a brand.
Camus is a brand.
So why does it say
They're
Camus?
their own winery.
What is that like? That other word, Susan. What is that?
Camus Suisun. It's called the Walking Fool. This is a red blend.
It's
oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's just a name.
Hey, Bob, this is some good shit right
So
here.
Neal, how did you come up with the red blend? How did you come up with that one?
I like blends, and this is made by the people from Camus, and so I said, well, this is one that I've had a few times, and I thought Tyler, with his very sophisticated palate, might enjoy it.
Hey, this is good shit.
That's great.
This is good shit, by the way. Like this is legit good.
By the way, it was called Land and Ocean was the restaurant, and they had a cocktail there that I'd never had before that I go to quite often now. It's bourbon. It's 1 part bourbon, half part Montenegro, and a half part Aperol. Fantastic! It's a great cocktail. I actually called the restaurant to ask.
That sounds like a go-to right there.
I called the restaurant when I was back in Oxford and said, "How'd you guys make it?" And the guy was kind enough to send me the recipe. It was fantastic.
There you go.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
Oh, that's great.
All right, so Bob.
Yeah, we had the local PBR a couple weeks ago out there, and they went to the same restaurant. They were all sending me texts of the Camus as they were going around the table, so they enjoyed that same spot again.
All right, so Bob, how far does Will Levis fall in the draft? Does he even get drafted in the first round?
Right. I've got the Harrison High School football team in my basement right now. There's about 35 kids, and they're all saying he's going to day 2. That's what they're all saying, right? And they're just like, I don't think he's getting picked. I called him Aaron Rodgers at the start of the night. I'm like, hey, he ain't getting picked. When all those picks came off the board early, he looked like Aaron Rodgers sitting there. So who knows? I mean, is there a team that needs a quarterback this late? Usually these teams have pretty dang good quarterbacks if you're picking this late in the draft.
Well,
I don't know if he goes today.
The only two I think they're even in the market right now, barring a trade up, I think you can see Minnesota maybe taking one, or you can see New Orleans probably taking one. But the bigger question is this, and I think we had a caller earlier brought up a good point. At this point, we're getting in that territory. I don't know if Hendon Hooker's getting picked before Will Levis. I mean, now you got to start asking questions.
Sure, it could happen.
But yep. I'm a little shocked. I mean,
yep.
I feel, and here's the thing is like it happens like Neal just said a minute ago, it happens every year. You feel terrible for these kids that are sitting at the draft, man. I mean, that's just, that's humiliating. You know what I mean? I don't know. And
it is. It does suck.
To the NFL's credit, though,
not a lot of fun for them.
Yeah, they invited fewer people this year than they ever have before because they knew it was going to be such a crazy draft.
But I didn't see one mock draft that had Will Levis falling this far. Not one.
No,
I didn't see one.
No, and at this point, there's two spots, or unless somebody trades up. I mean, who at this point who trades up?
There as a Bears fan, at 10, I was hoping someone like Washington or Tampa or someone was going to say, okay, we know Tennessee's taking a quarterback, trade up. I was hoping the Bears would trade back some more and get some more picks because we're so talented. We have such a lack of talent that I'm just about acquiring more picks. So I was sitting there going, God, this would be a great trade back. Yet here we are at 22 now, and he still hadn't been picked. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I mean, you talk about there's got to be value now. He's got too much talent to sit around this long, but it's going to be who really needs a quarterback and who's going to take that shot. And look, as a Bears fan tonight, I am so ecstatic over what the Packers Lions have done, and I hope Minnesota takes a quarterback, because that just makes the Bears that much more relevant in the division. I'm laughing at the other teams, and I might be wrong, but I'm very happy right now as a Bears fan. So it's crazy, but yeah, you feel bad for the kid just sitting there and all the cameras around him, and everyone's talking about it.
Nobody deserves that. You know, I mean, it's supposed to be.
Nah.
It's supposed to be the biggest highlight of your life. I mean, it really is. At a kid at this point, it's the biggest night of your life, and instead of being the biggest night of your life, you're the joke at the party. You're the meme. You know what I mean? That part sucks.
Yeah.
Because this happened to Aaron Rodgers.
Everything you see
slipped to 24.
Right?
Yeah, this happened to Aaron Rodgers, and look at it, motivated him for the rest of his career.
Yeah. I mean,
heck yeah. So he kind of proved him wrong, didn't he?
Yes, he did. As a Bears fan, is Aaron Rodgers the best quarterback to ever play the game, Bob?
I would tell you this. The way he played against us, I'd say yes.
Yeah, he
did own us, as he told the crowd.
He abused the Bears.
Oh my God. Yeah, hard to get past what he did and how he played. The only thing that's holding him back really is like the records, right? And he doesn't have that many Super Bowls to his name, and that's his biggest gap. I mean, you always got to kind of look at the guy that's won, and Montana and Brady, those are about as good as it gets there. And Rodgers, you'd put his numbers up there, but he didn't win the big ones. So there's kind of that debate, right? So statistically, is there a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers? I don't know. That guy, he's unreal. Some of the throws he's made over the years are stupid. But at the end of the day, Brady's got jewelry on two hands.
Did the Ravens overpay for Lamar today?
Yeah. What do you think? I mean,
well, you know,
I think you got a window now. You got a short window. You got a short window to win. You tie up that much cap space in one guy. I don't know how they do it. But, you'd think people would take a page out of Brady's book and spread the wealth, sign a fair deal, a really good deal, let your team be filled out and go win Super Bowls, and you'll make more money off the field than you will on.
Ravens went wide receiver. They go Zay Flowers from Boston College here.
They have to get.
They did.
Yeah.
Is it in?
It's Zay Flowers from Boston College. That's a good pick for them. Give him another weapon.
Good pick.
They had. Don't
OBJ
you have to?
Well, I mean, you've invested $250 million today in Lamar Jackson. You've got to give him weapons.
You don't go defense, right?
Well, they went and signed one in free agency, and now you give him another weapon. I love Flowers. I think Flowers is a terrific player.
I'm not sold.
So
I like him a lot.
Who's your comp, Neal? You like who's your comp on him?
I'm not good at that, Bob. I mean, I
heard an interesting one. That's why I asked.
Go ahead.
One of the guys was saying they think he's another Antonio Brown.
Oh wow! Who said that?
He's that. One of the kids, one of the football players. They're like, I think he's like Antonio Brown. He's like a smaller, faster, good hands, can run with the ball after the catch.
I mean, he's small. I'll grant you that, but he can really run.
Yeah,
and he has great hands.
All right, here's the only thing I'll say. When's the last time a small wide receiver made it in the NFL?
There's bunches of them. Yeah, Tyreek Hill.
Okay, besides the guy that runs a sub 1,000 meter.
Flowers can really run. I mean, and he doesn't.
Right, look,
and he doesn't
Elijah Moore. I love Elijah Moore. He's one of the most elite college players.
This guy's Flowers is faster than Moore.
I get that, but same kind of guy. It's just they play man coverage in that league, and when you get length on their ass, they struggle.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe he is, but Steve Smith is the last guy I can think of that I was like
Tyler Boyd.
Tyler Boyd's a big dude.
Tyler
Get
Lockett.
the hell out of here. What'd you say, Julian?
Lockett's a little dude.
Brock's over here talking about Julian Edelman. I mean, that dude's freaking retired. He's 40 freaking years old, Brock. I got Brock. Hey, I got Brock over here.
I like it.
I got Brock over here in his
Brock.
compression sleeve, being the peanut gallery. He's our research guy tonight. He's my
All
driver.
right, I love it.
He's
I
my
love it.
driver home.
He's the designated driver. I like it.
Yeah. I don't know. I just
Hopefully,
go ahead.
is he getting some swings in while he's waiting?
Bob wants to know if you're getting any swings in while you're waiting. No, he just got hurt yesterday, Bob. So we gotta. We're going to get an MRI tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll see what's going on. So we got a little swelling. He's got
dang.
we got a little compression sleeve on, and we're gonna see what happens.
Leg or arm?
His left knee. Left knee.
Oh,
so
dang.
yeah, non-contact deal at practice yesterday. So.
Oh, isn't that special?
Yeah, I'm excited. But
oh my God,
yeah, we'll see.
That's too much.
Yeah, that's all happened. I hadn't talked to you since then. That's happened the last 24 hours or so.
Oh my God.
Well,
hopefully that turns out good for him.
All right, so Bob, let's talk a little bit about the serious stuff. Rainstorm is out.
Yes,
and
sir.
I sent you a text the other day. I have run my gamut. I've gone through my entire flavor profile of Rainstorm, and I have ranked the Peach Nectar number 1. Peach Nectarine, number 1.
I have the Valencia Orange number 1.
Yeah, I have that number 2. This Peach Nectarine is on fire, man.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
All right.
It's one of those things. It's kind of it's got a little red dragon in it, to the point to where the more you drink it, the better it tastes.
Okay.
So I'm a big fan. See, quit. You see this? As soon as somebody said it, is that you just said that, Tyreek Hill?
That's what
they just
Brock said.
Brock said. They said the comparison was Tyreek Hill. Like, we got to quit this. We're gonna say that some dude that's picked 20. Let me ask you a question. If we had the draft today and you knew Tyreek Hill was who Tyreek Hill was, where do you draft him?
Well, super high, but
okay,
that's not the way it works.
Stop saying
that's not how it works.
The third wide receiver taken in the draft is the same guy. The third wide receiver that we're taking in this draft is as good as Tyreek Hill. I hate comparisons. I've ever told you that? I hate comparisons. I hate them.
Well, yell at Bob. He's the one that asked for a comp, not me. You're yelling at me.
No, I'm yelling at fans. I'm not yelling at you or Bob. So here's the thing, though, is we do this. It's like we're talking about Anthony Richardson. Give me a comparison to Anthony Richardson. Oh, Cam Newton's a comparison to Anthony Richardson.
That's lazy.
I mean, it's like we have to give these comps. Why don't we give comps to just an average dude? You ever thought about that?
Sure.
Why don't we just give the comps to some average player? Why does the comp have to be some dude that's like a freak every time? You ever thought about that?
Yes.
It's like, hey.
Well, yeah, they're dreaming on them. That's why.
Like, the worst, it's bad enough in the NFL. The worst is with a high school recruit. Hey, who's this guy remind you of? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. This guy right here. Oh, what are you talking about? This guy right here is Caleb Williams. So you're telling me that the Johnny 3-star from Oak Mountain.
They're comparing him to Steve Smith now.
I see. There you go, Steve Smith. Because he's short. Okay, that's the only reason, because he's short. Look, Steve Smith, look at that picture. Steve Smith is a certified card-carrying midget, like myself, so I can say that. And Steve Smith is taller than that guy. Like, we think this guy that played at Boston College. Hey, Bob, let me ask you a serious question.
Here's the point, is that they're putting him in a mix with Odell Beckham Jr., with Rashad Bateman, with Mark Andrews. They're giving him a variety of weapons that, frankly, he has not had during his career in Baltimore.
He ain't going to hit him anyway.
Okay.
He's going to throw it in the dirt, or he's going to run around. He's going to throw it to Mark, close his eyes, throw it to Mark Andrews.
You've had all of the walking fool that you need.
Yeah. I mean, he's not. I'm not stuttering yet.
You don't need any more walking fool.
This is really good, by the way.
I know, it's good.
Hey, Bob. What's this called again?
Yes,
Walking
sir.
Fool?
The walking fool.
The Walking Fool, Bob. You need to get you a bottle
I
of that.
love it.
It's good stuff. But
Yes.
all kidding aside,
Yes,
is like, why
I
do
will get that ordered.
I just don't understand why we always have to comp people to like greats. Why can't we comp them to who they are?
Yeah, maybe he's more like Tavon Austin, right?
Okay.
That type of player, right?
Again,
Guy
I think I don't
damn good value.
I don't want it to work out. I'm a Bengals guy, but I get their logic, giving him a variety of weapons that he has not had during the bulk of his time in Baltimore, he being Lamar Jackson. And so they've decided that, hey, we're in on Lamar Jackson. He's our guy. We got this done. He's the franchise quarterback. So they went out and they added Odell Beckham Jr. in free agency, and now they go out and get a first-round wide receiver in Flowers who can really, really motor. And they can put him in the slot. They can do different things with him. They're going to give him a variety of weapons. They've invested now potentially $250 million into Lamar Jackson. So at this point, you have to give him the weapons. And they've done it.
All right, let me ask you a question. Serious question. Do you think this was part of the negotiation? They had to go get something to help them out?
Probably. Hey, we're going to support you. I suspect his people were like, hey, you've thrown us under the bus a few times. If you compare, I'm sure he said, hey, compare me to Patrick Mahomes, compare me to Joe Burrow, compare me to Justin Herbert, compare me to the other quarterbacks. Look at the weapons those guys have. Look at the weapons I have. I don't have Jamar Chase. I don't have T. Higgins. I don't have Tyreek Hill. I don't have Kelsey. Give me those kinds of weapons, and let's see what I can do.
He has no excuse now.
No, that's my point. So the Ravens,
they eliminated that.
The Ravens in this last week or two have gone all in. They've pushed their chips to the middle of the table. They've become a fascinating story again, because now if at the end of next season Lamar Jackson can't stay on the field because he can't stay healthy, and you've invested all this money and all these assets into him, you can look him in the eye and go, dude, this is on you. Because he clearly looked at the Ravens and said, hey, this is on you. You've not supported me.
Yeah,
and
can't say it now.
And now they say, and now they look at him and go, we gave you everything you wanted, all the money and all the assets.
Oh, here you go, Bob.
Well,
here's
the
your
GM kind of screwed that up.
Here's your guy.
The GM talked trash on all the wide receivers they've drafted before that they never panned out. Right?
Minnesota goes wide.
Himself under the bus.
Minnesota goes wide receiver as well. They go Jordan Addison, the wide receiver from USC, transfer from Pitt.
Why?
Because now we're doing the late first round run thing. People went receiver. Now you go receiver. You panic.
All right. Look, I don't see this one. I had him down as a possible first round guy. I'm not in on this guy. I think he's average as grits. Average as grits.
I'm kind of with you here.
And you got Justin Jefferson. Why do you feel the need? And you got other issues. By
the way, KJ Osborne's no slouch.
Yeah. You got other issues, and you're going. I don't get it, dude. This one I don't get. I don't get this one.
Yeah, I'm little surprised, and I'll tell you, Addison. As a USC fan, growing up in Southern California, I've always loved the Trojans, and I'll tell you what, I watch a bunch of games, Tyler. You know, I was saying they're going to be a CFP team early in the year last year.
You were.
When we were going back and forth on it, and I watched him, and I was disappointed because he won the Biletnikoff Award coming from Pitt. I was like, "Hey, this guy's crazy good." And then watching him, I was like, "Yeah, he's not that special." So I'm kind of with you on that. I think he's good. I don't know how good he is, and here he is, first rounder, right? So
well, you're right, Neal, because
we'll
that was a run because I don't have any other receivers.
Well, this is what happens though, late in the first round, especially. You get a run on a position.
The only one I got left is Josh Downs, who I talked about with David. That I think's a second round guy, but surprisingly, hey, you never know. This may open up the window. You know who the next big guy on the board is at receiver?
Who? Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah. Mingo's the next big guy on the board.
I don't think he could slip into the first round.
Tell me about him. Is he a really good player? I've heard his name come on fire lately. He's a second rounder type guy?
Yeah, I talked to some people today. They had him as a 2-3, which is late second, early third, or even a 3-4 with some. But
I think he goes second now.
He has caught fire, and really because of his body type. Quentin Johnson was really the only other receiver that was a big body type in the draft. He's gone. He's just a solid player, man. He's going to play for a long time in the league because he can play teams, and I'm going. Dallas is the one that I would be. I think there's just too many good players left on the board. Dallas is the team that really likes him. I would almost. he can damn near go ahead and pack his shit and get ready to move to Dallas. I think that's who's going to take him eventually.
But not first round.
Not first round,
Yeah.
but like they are coming up. All right, Bob, what do you think?
And that hurts your boy Tolbert, right?
Yeah, he struggled a little bit this year. That's surprising. I picked him in my fantasy league. It didn't do anything.
Boston Celtics go to Atlanta, win 128-120 to win that series, 4-2, so they survive the Hawks.
So they won the series, huh?
Yeah.
Damn, Bob, what are we doing in Atlanta, man?
I know. We had it on one TV down there, so there was not a lot of cheers coming up since I came upstairs to call y'all. So it figures.
The Giants did what? Giants traded up. All right, so the Giants
traded out because they're at 20.
No, they're next.
Oh, they're at 24. Yeah, okay. I got you.
Who was next? Who'd they trade with? Oh, okay. They swap picks with
Jacksonville.
All right, so here's who we got. They're not taking quarterback. Ooh, they need help. Receivers are gone. I'm going Dalton Kincaid, Utah.
Okay.
This is the spot.
I like that one.
Hey, Bob, you know
that wouldn't surprise me.
Do you know who else is still on the board, Bob? Joey Porter Jr. and Brian Branch. Two guys from
good DBs. I thought there was going to be a cornerback run when was it the kid from Mississippi went and then and Gonzalez went. I was like, oh, here we go. Here's the cornerback run.
You still got Joey.
Like Neal's point before when those guys go.
Yeah, you still got Joey Porter Jr. and Deontay Banks from Maryland on the board at corner. Brian Branch is still there. Nolan Smith from Georgia, who is considered to be a
Nolan Smith.
10, 12 picks out there. Miles Murphy is out there. Brian Barisi's out there. I like Dalton Kincaid here. Give me the pick, Brock. Let's go. Dalton Kincaid, Utah. Tell it to me. That's who I'm picking if I'm the Giants GM. Brock is my speed Twitter. They gave up a 5th and a 7th round pick.
They just want a commercial.
Targeting tight end. I like it. I'm telling you, let's go. Let's go. Dalton Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid is a dog. Fuck. Are you serious? Deontay Banks, corner Maryland, Bob. He's a first round guy. I had him on my list. He's a first round guy, but like, what are we doing? Yeah. What are we doing with Dalton Kincaid here, man? Have you seen this kid play?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he's and Jacksonville's not going to take him. They got Evan Ingram, although they have Evan Ingram on a 1-year deal. He signed a franchise tag.
Yeah.
Dallas.
Go
ahead, Bob.
Kincaid was Travis Kelce of college football. That's how good he was as a receiver. Guy was unguardable. I saw 4 games with him. Guy, no one could guard him.
Yeah, he
was always getting open. Yeah. I'm surprised with signing Jones with a big deal that they wouldn't bring in a tight end to help him out.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end here of the first round, and there is some serious first-round talent that has not been even approached. You got Will Levis, who we've talked about 1,000 times. Kincaid. Dude, I think Michael Mayer at Notre Dame, the tight end at Notre Dame, is a first-round pick.
I like Brzee at Clemson.
Yeah, Brian. Is it Brzee? Have we determined how we pronounce that?
It's Brzee.
I've killed this kid's name forever. He is a single-handedly, without question, one of the best high school workouts of defense lineman. Miles Murphy, the edge. Nolan Smith, Brian Branch. Dude, Brian Branch.
I know Brian Branch is still available.
If
you're the Bengals at 28, you think about Brian Branch.
What are we doing? What are our Bengals doing there, Neal?
It's Branch would make sense because they need a safety. Brzee makes sense.
Yeah.
Defense, they go defense, I think. Or tight end. There's some tight ends available.
Well, they let Bates. Did Bates or not Bates? Who did they let go? Didn't they lose their safety?
Yeah, Bates is gone.
Where'd he go?
Where'd he go? He left.
Is it Atlanta? Did he sign with the Falcons?
I think that's right. They lost their tight end Hurst to Carolina.
Yeah. Let's go. Hey,
Ooh.
you give me
Kincaid for Burrow?
Kincaid with Joe Burrow. I'm fucking in.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Bob. So I didn't get to finish my rainstorm breakdown. All right. So I'm going
Gotcha.
the peach nectarine is my favorite. The Valencia orange is my 2. And Neal has had the Valencia orange. He likes that a lot. I'm going with my harvest grape as number 3. The harvest grape tastes like the Fanta, the popsicle. And then the kiwi is 4th. I like kiwi. I think it's great. But dude, this peach nectarine, man, that's on point. What is the flavor profile of the peach nectarine?
Peach nectarine?
Yes.
It's peach nectarine.
It's peach nectarine.
Peach and nectarine.
Thank you for that profile there, Bob. I was expecting some
Captain Obvious?
Yeah. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
I'm starting to get worried about our boy. We've hit the point of no return.
Oh, I'm great. I'm a G. I can do this all night.
We've done a lot of good peach flavors lately, so it's really good with peach. Our flavor house is nailing kind of like a really good peach taste. So, leaning heavily on peach is obviously good, and topping off with a little more citrus with the nectarine, it seems to be it. And yeah, you're not going to find too many people complain about them. That flavor is doing really well. The interesting thing, I think I texted you, nationally number 1 right now is the kiwi.
Yeah, I know. That blows my mind. I mean, it's good. All right, the Giants are in. Who'd you say they were taking, Brock? Deontay Banks from Maryland. He's good. I mean, he's good. Maryland, by the way, Neal.
Yes.
New Quick U client.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah. Maryland Quick U client. We'll be announcing, breaking news here. We'll be announcing Pitt.
Okay.
This coming week is our next Quick U client. Be announcing them next.
Congratulations.
Yes. But hey, all kidding aside, Maryland, from a Quick U perspective, they may be the most organized recruiting staff I've ever since we've been doing our deal.
Really?
Yeah, they are on their stuff. So to see them get on guys is not surprising. Like I'm overly shocked a little bit with how, not overly shocked, it's not running to work, but just really impressed about how organized they are in recruiting. To the point to where I was like, man, I could learn something. You know what I mean? Like they're on their shit. They're good. What's that? Buffalo, our Bills have traded up. What are we doing? They traded with Jacksonville.
Did you coach with Loxley at Alabama?
I did not. I missed him by 1 year. But I have heard nothing. So Clay that works with me, Clay Karcher, he's been with my guy for a long time. He worked with Locks at Alabama. Like, he's one of the most loved guys in the building, has always been. Clay thinks the world of him. But they are just extremely organized. They are on their stuff. Like Locks, he's at Maryland. And I've told you this privately, Neal. I don't mind telling it here since we actually still have good little people in the live stream. But don't be surprised if he ends up moving on pretty quick. Like, they're doing things like, you know how you just know?
Sure.
They're doing things the right way, man. Like, if he turns around and has a big year or something, like, he can make it work. You know what I mean? Like, they're too organized across the board for it not to work. Like, it's really impressive.
Yeah, people rave about him.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive how they have. I mean, the whole system, how they evaluate, how organized they are. All right, what are we doing with the Bills here, Neal? Do we kick Dawson Knox to the curb and go get Kincaid? Are they beating them? Are they beating Dallas? Because Dallas has got to go tight end.
Because they gave
Dalton Kincaid, Utah. I told you they're kicking my man.
So what does that mean for Dawson Knox?
It means he is going to be fighting for playing time.
Yeah, means he's on the move.
He's on the move, or he's going to be fighting for playing time. Big, if you're an Ole Miss fan, big news here coming up. All right, I've said this.
They're going to run one of them out of the slot.
Yeah, but you can't base out of 12 personnel in the NFL. You know what I mean? Like, You can run it, but you can't base out of it. My man Dawson Knox, man, this is not good for the professional career.
In Buffalo.
He'll find
a landing spot.
He'll be perfectly
Right,
fine.
right.
He's going to get paid playing tight
Well, I mean,
end.
like Cincinnati would jump on him.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Guy's a good tight end, really good tight end.
Hey, have you heard that he caught more?
Yeah, and Knox has a new contract.
Did he?
Yeah, he signed the new deal last year.
Yeah, but he's not going to play in front of this guy. They got millions of dollars invested. They got more money invested in this kid than they do Dawson.
Let me pull that up. I'm curious. I'm going to see what Dawson Knox's contract is.
Hey, did you ever hear that Dawson Knox has caught more touchdowns at Buffalo than he did at Ole Miss? Have you heard that before?
I heard that.
How many times I've heard that?
Dawson Knox has a 4-year, $52 million deal.
Oh, shit.
He'll earn a base salary of $2 million, a signing bonus of $10,000, and a workout bonus of $250,000, while carrying a cap hit of 6.425 and a dead cap value of 26.1.
They got to keep him or trade him. Then they can't.
Yeah, so
they got to keep him or trade him.
Yeah, it's a 4-year, $52 million deal. $31.2 million of it is guaranteed.
All right, let me ask you a question. You're GM.
And this was done on September the 7th of 2022.
So last fall. Why do you take the best tight end in a draft if you've got $10 million a year invested in tight end, which is a lot of money for a tight end?
If you think that's the best player available, you do it and you figure it out. You can move a player. Dawson Knox would have trade value.
All right. I like the Bills too.
Or
right?
maybe you want 2 tight ends.
I follow the Bills too.
Sure.
They're probably my second favorite team in the AFC, or besides the Bengals. Why not Brian Barisi if he's the best?
Brzee.
I've called him that since he was 17 years old. I'm sorry. Joey Porter Jr. You got other needs here. I don't understand this.
It might just be the way you value him on your board. You want to give Josh Allen multiple weapons.
Well, he's got them. Dude, look. Dalton Kincaid, in my opinion, is a Pro Bowl tight end. Like, he's legit.
Will Levis is trying to talk himself into this being okay.
So I'm assuming, all right, which one is his sister and which one is his girlfriend? Well, she's got a ring on. You don't know what that means yet, son. That's where your eyes go after you see. Look. As you get older, all right, your mom's asleep by now, so she doesn't know. I'm with Brog. As you get older, she's hot. Then you look at the ring. It's fine. Nobody's gonna watch it. Dude, that was a little shocking. That surprises me, but that's what the draft is about.
Well, plus they have a quarterback. They have a $40 million quarterback. So how you're way over investing in tight end? How the heck are you going to fit out the rest of your football team? That would be my concern.
Yeah, he's legit. I guess then Michael, I'm going to say Dallas. What does Dallas do here? What do you think, Bob? What's Dallas do here? Here are your captain obviouses. You got Joey Porter Jr. Ooh, Joey Porter Jr. on that defense. That's scary. You got Michael Mayer at tight end at Notre Dame. Nolan Smith.
They're going one of those 2 guys. They won't go Smith. I think they go corner or they go. They might go tight end, right? They lost Schultz, so.
Well, I thought Dallas would have.
They like to run the ball.
Yeah, I thought Dallas would be the threat for Dalton Kincaid. Obviously, he's going to Buffalo. Micah Mayer is probably the most balanced tight end in the draft as far as run blocking, so that may be where they go. Deep tight end class. Yep. Sleeper here, Luke Musgrove. I think he may go before the end of this deal. That's who in the Tyler Siskey 1.0 mock draft, I had him going to Kansas City. Hey, who signed that ball? I've been meaning to ask you that all night.
Robbie Gould.
Who the hell is that?
Kicker for the 49ers.
Where did you get that signed?
A friend of mine in Chicago who's friends with Robbie Gould got him to sign it for Carson.
Okay. You just pulled it out tonight?
I did. Just to have a football. It's a football show.
Hey, Bob, what's the best?
Is a football.
I like it. I like it.
Bob's a big sports guy. Bob, what is the best piece of sports memorabilia you have?
I've got in my basement. I've got a Mike Ditka autographed jersey is one of my favorites. But I do have a picture from when Walter Payton broke the O.J. Simpson's rushing record against the Vikings, and then his autograph on a picture in that game. And I got that on the wall. That's my favorite one. Love that.
That's solid. My man Bob has a solid man cave.
Oh, I need to see that.
Yeah, he's got a solid man cave. Went there. Was that last spring I came by, Bob? Was that a year ago?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
About a year ago, yeah.
Went
You
by.
were coming through after meeting with Georgia State.
Yep, that's right. Came by, saw Bob. Bob's son's Brennan. Did a little endo, little position meeting in the basement with some of the guys.
Yes, sir. Great whiteboard session.
Yes, great whiteboard session. All right, I'm going Dallas with tight end. We got anything yet, Brock?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Starting to get good at this thing, Neal. Michael Meyer, tight end, Notre Dame. Bob, they're taking
Already announced?
No, but
the way it works is yes, it's done.
Super Sleuth says it's Michael Meyer, tight end, Notre Dame. I think he is the best all around tight end. Good run blocking tight end. This guy, you watch this guy play,
Yeah.
Neal? He's a dude.
Yeah, he's a very good player. Got great hair.
He was
great.
Wasn't he one of like the top recruits in the country coming out of high school? Wasn't he like a New Jersey kid or something? He was all Catholic league. He was up there with you guys, you Northwestern guys. Yeah, there's only I think one or two Northwestern guys getting drafted in this weekend. So yeah, we're definitely not the school that's producing the NFL guys now.
That looks like a stiff ass draft room right there, doesn't it? The
It
Cowboys.
did look kind of stiff.
Look at you got it right here on the
Yeah,
NFL.
there it is.
Like what?
A lot of tension.
Yeah. Hey, what
Dallas
if
Cowboy cheerleaders there for the watch party?
Hey Bob, do you think McCready and Siskey 2024 can run for president? You think we can get it done?
Common sense party, baby. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'm telling you. Those are the best conversations that keep me going on my treadmill.
Yeah, Bob's a big listener. All right, Bob, since you actually work for Monster Energy, what is your favorite flavor of rain?
Of rain or rainstorm?
All right, let's go rain and then go rainstorm. Let's get your back to back. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, I'm going orange all the way. So orange dreamsicle rain, and then I'm like Neal, the Valencia orange on rainstorm.
All right, what was the rainstorm again?
Come again, bro.
The Valencia orange.
Okay.
Yep, I love that.
Have you
But I
done
do like orange?
Have you done the Valencia orange and vodka?
Allegedly, it has happened. Yes.
Allegedly.
The Bills, by the way, are going to use Kincaid as a slot receiver to replace Beasley. So they're going to use Kincaid and Knox on the field at the same time.
That would just tell you that from a 12 personnel perspective, they're going to try to get some mismatches and get defenses and base personnel. That's the only thing I can think of it. But that's only going to last so long. You know what I mean? I'm so interested now that they got this kind of money invested in a rookie at tight end of all places. What do they do with Dawson Knox?
They're going to play him and play them both.
So this is Michael Meyer, right?
I like Kincaid out of the slot.
No, I mean he's great.
I think that's great for Josh Allen. Big target in the slot, and he can run those routes. He's not going to get locked down.
Hey, do you think everybody feels very awkward when they have to go up and shake hands with Jerry Jones?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Everybody when they have to go hug each other when they just made a pick.
These guys, the Dallas watch party is
They do
rolling
it for
like.
the camera, though, right?
What's that?
They have to do it for the camera. that shit didn't happen when there weren't cameras in there. I mean, did it? I don't know. I'd love to talk to someone and find out. I can't believe they would go around hugging each other after picks back in the day when there was no camera.
I'm guessing not.
Yeah, I think it's for the cameras.
Oh,
No.
Cowboys did not take Michael Mayer.
Defensive tackle, huh?
Mozzie Smith from Michigan.
Oh,
All right, my man
okay.
Jackson
Run
Norris
stopper.
says Nolan Smith. It's Mozzie Smith from Michigan. So this is pick number
Did they
2.
make the pick yet?
It says the pick
I
is
must
in.
be on a delay. You guys are getting it before me.
Well, no, Brock's got a
We know
man-
we
Brock.
know
Okay,
people.
gotcha.
We've
Brock
got
is-
contacts.
Brock has contacts on the Twitterverse that tell him the picks before the picks.
Okay, I like it. Even
All right,
better.
so if this is the defensive tackle from Michigan, this is pick number 2 with a kid from Iowa State of the kids I did not have in the first round. So I missed 2 of them. All right, here we go, Brock. Mozzie Smith? Yeah, I have no. I don't know anything about this kid. Haven't
don't know.
watched him.
From Iowa State or Michigan?
Michigan.
From Michigan.
Yeah. I mean, he's a run stopper. That's what I've read about him. That's all I've really read about, that he's really good against the run.
All right, guess what? We got our guy. We got our Bengals on the clock here in my 2
Okay.
picks.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're getting close to the
We're getting
Bengals.
close.
Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan, goes to Dallas.
That way, Brock. That way,
26.
compete, son.
That away, Brock.
Hey, do you know what hat Brock has on right here, Bob? Let me see that. You still got us on
What's he
stream?
rocking?
You still got us on stream? Look at that right there.
I can. Hold on.
Oh, you're good. He's got.
Look over
You're
real
good.
quick.
He's got his monster hat on.
He does.
He
Which
does.
one? The flat bill?
He's got the black flat bill on tonight.
Okay.
Big monster guy.
I like it.
That Siskey kid. That little Siskey kid.
So Jaguars, Bengals, Saints, next 3 picks.
all right.
2 of those teams very close to being Super Bowl contenders.
Shit.
Jags, Bengals.
All right, what do you think about the Saints? I know we need to call. Hey, you know what we need to do just to fuck with him? We need to call Chase like when
Chase
he's
is
asleep.
asleep.
I know we need to fuck with him.
No. He's it's 10:19. He's been asleep for an hour and a half.
Soft. All right, so why would this guy?
If you're the Saints, do you take Will Levis? If
Oh,
Will Levis
God.
falls to you as the New Orleans Saints at 30 or 29, do you take Will Levis at 29? Derek Carr's your quarterback, but Derek Carr's only there for a couple of years. Do you take Will Levis, or do you try to give Derek Carr a weapon in a weak NFC South?
Golly, that's a good question.
It is a good question.
How many years did Derek Carr get?
I mean, realistically, 2.
Hey, he's got 2 max, right?
Yeah.
It's their shit to get off the pot.
Yeah. I mean, you could move on from Derek Carr.
Golly, that's a great question.
And if you're the Bengals, if Michael Mayer falls to you, you take him. Right?
Got to.
Okay. All right, so let's stay on the topic though. If you're the New
All right.
Orleans Saints, and Will Levis falls to you at 29, and he will because Jacksonville has our boy Trevor Lawrence, Cincinnati has Joe Burrow. If you're New Orleans, do you take Will Levis at 29, or do you give Derek Carr or the defense a weapon?
I'll take Will Levis.
Okay.
Derek Carr's got a 4-year, $150 million deal, $100 million guaranteed.
Still.
What do you do?
So does Will Levis sit for 4 years?
No, but I mean, but the reality is that Derek Carr, if Derek Carr is your quarterback for 4 years in New Orleans, you're winning.
You're winning. Yeah, agreed.
What do you do, Neal?
Yeah. If
All right, I'm the coach, but I got my own thoughts. What do you think is what are you going? What are you doing?
I don't think I'm going that direction. I think I'm adding to my team because I have a chance to win the NFC South and get into the playoffs. And once you're in the playoffs, I mean, crazy shit happens.
All right, so you take a Joey Porter Jr.
Along those lines, I probably give my defense another
Yeah.
weapon. or I go tight end, or
That's
I go.
a great spot for Nolan Smith.
Yeah, it's a great spot for Smith.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm adding a player who helps me now, not a backup quarterback.
Who we got? I got my research guy on the Bengals.
Jaguars pick is in at 27.
All right, as a Bengals fan, who you want here? Brian Branch.
Well, I'm cool with three guys: Myers,
Okay.
Branch,
Okay,
Brzee.
fair. Dude,
I mean, if I'm Cincinnati at any of those three, I feel like I did really well at that spot.
all right, who you taking?
Who are the Jaguars going to rock?
I'm waiting on my tag team partner over here to give me a cheat sheet.
They could go a lot of, Jacksonville could go a lot of directions. They're really close. They have a good team. They don't have a ton of weaknesses. They're adding depth. I think if you're Jacksonville, you're kind of taking best available here.
Hell, they could go Joey Porter Jr. right now.
Sure.
They should. That makes complete sense.
I mean, who are they gonna be competing with to win? They just went to Kansas City and lost, so they add another corner to
Anton
lock down
Harrison.
Kansas City.
Jacksonville
and
goes.
Mahomes.
Jacksonville takes
Oklahoma.
offensive tackle Anton Harrison from Oklahoma, so they give some protection for Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, good pick.
All right, I had him as the
They lost.
5th. We got Steve Avila. I had him at TCU, but I had him as one of my 39. I've only had. How about this? I'm semi low key. I'm semi proud of myself right now. All right, we're sitting here. We're 27 picks in the draft. Let's be 28.
Yep.
I took, Bob, just so you know, I put down 39 possible guys for the 31 spots. And there's only been two not on my list going in the first round so far.
All right, you're Cincinnati here. Are you going offense or defense?
All right, I'm Cincinnati. I'm the Bengals, and I'm a fan, so I'm really jacking things up here. If
All
I
right,
am
real quick, hold that
Go
thought.
ahead.
Hold that thought. Tucker Carlson, kind enough to join us here on the show. He wants to know, Bob, when are those new hydros hitting the market?
Yeah, hydro is long gone, so those won't be hitting the market anytime soon.
Okay.
Dude, those are good.
Those ones went away. They're really good. That was just a cost thing. We couldn't get our costs right on it, so we couldn't price it right. We were losing money to compete with the Gatorades of the world and body armors and stuff like that.
Did you ever have one of those, Neal?
Yeah, it was
The Monster Hydras?
I don't think so.
Dude, they're good. It's just kind of like a Gatorade kind of drink. It's really good.
All right, now who's that girl with Will?
I don't know. Will Levis should be drafted right now by the Bengals.
Yeah.
They should take him. The Bengals should take Will Levis.
She's
What do you think, Brock?
she's talented.
Brock, you think she's talented? I've embarrassed him so bad. Good for you.
What's her next gen score?
Her next gen score is a 94.
Ooh, she's got RBF just really good. Did you see her RBF just there?
All right, go ahead. What is
Resting bitch face.
No, but she's doing good. She should be more pissed.
I mean, he traded girls today.
He did.
Yeah.
He traded females. What happened? Who was the blonde? Was that his sister?
I don't know. I have
What
questions.
if he's just rotating them?
He could be. Maybe that's why they're scared of him.
Yeah. He's like, hey, this guy.
This guy.
The girl in the red is his girlfriend.
That was my guess.
According to Brock.
She
Good for
sure
him.
looked like it.
All right.
Well, they were thinking he was top 10, and he's sitting here at late 20s now.
I feel bad. I
the
legitimately
game's
do.
change a little bit.
I legitimately do feel bad. The guy's supposed to be the second pick of the draft, and he's been sitting there.
Yeah.
He's had a rough night.
Hey, Brock, we got a question
Yeah.
we got a question that your father would also like to know. In the chat, do you have a girlfriend? He does not. You must. I think you got some single females in the chat that want to hit you up.
There you go.
Yeah.
Come on, Brock.
I'm with Brock.
Yeah. Bob said, "Let's go, Brock. What are we doing?" No.
Yeah, I'm Team Brock here. Let's.
I like messing with him. I like messing with him. He
All
gets mad at me, but I like
All
messing
right,
with him.
Bengals on the clock.
All right. This is a big moment for the podcast because we're
Yeah.
Bengals fans.
Yeah.
All right. What are you doing right now? You got 30 seconds. What are you doing?
Brzee.
Okay. I'm the Bengals GM. By gosh, I am going Joey Porter Jr. corner at Penn State.
Okay.
Get my man Mike Hilton some help.
If I can't have Brzee, I'm going Brian Branch.
I probably should have said him. You're right. The pick is in. Brock, who we got? The pick is in, Brock. It's your job.
It's a thunderstorm going on in Oxford right now.
Is that what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
I'd lean Branch.
Darty said Brock dates John Summerall's daughter. No, that would be my other son, Knox.
Oh.
Yeah, Knox dates. Huh? Yeah, Brock's not into 7-year-olds.
That's good, bro.
It's not his thing.
Thank God.
I got a cool kid, man.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh, Miles Murphy.
Interesting. I had the right school.
At right school, wrong guy. I also have him as my first round guy. I'm happy with this pick.
It's a good pick.
I'm happy. As a Bengals fan, I'm happy with this pick. Miles Murphy, edge rusher, Clemson. So he's a jack. He's an outside backer.
It's interesting.
Yeah, fits. But it fits. They need it.
Because they have Hendrickson.
Yeah, they gotta have it. But he is a down. Okay, so he is the down outside what we call 4-I-5 technique. All right, when in 3-4, he'll be the outside stand-up guy. They haven't had this guy in the past. They force Hendrickson to stand up when that's really not his game.
Okay.
So they can have both of them on the field at the same time. This
Okay.
is good.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
Good pick. Let's go. Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy.
He's talented, man. At times he was one of the top edge rushers. They had him up there with the Texas Tech guy.
Yeah, so Miles Murphy, I don't know if you remember this or not, one of the most coveted high school recruits coming out. We tried like hell to get a hold of this guy. Beast. Good player. Hillgrove High School. Check that out. Make sure that I'm right on that. We recruited the shit out of this kid. And
Hillgrove in Georgia?
yeah, I think so. Help me on that, Brock.
Yeah, they're in our region.
Powder Springs. I'm sorry, Powder Springs, right? Oh, Hillgrove High School.
There you go.
Hey, look at there. Hey, the CTE hasn't just kicked in just yet, right? Look.
I love it.
Hey, you like this Camus? Still got the Hillgrove in my head.
There you go.
All right. So, anyway, same high school as Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
Had a little connection. Bonafide dude.
6'4" 3/4", 268.
Yeah. Probably that year's class from a high school perspective, as you evaluate him out of high school, he was the best jack outside backer in the high school ranks. He's a dude. He can go get it. I really like this kid.
All right, so here we are to the Saints.
All right, here we go.
I mean,
This is the time.
you can
Let's go, Levis.
I don't think they do it.
All right, what do they do? Let's see what Chase thinks. I'm going to text Chase and piss him off.
He's asleep.
I know, but let's still piss him off. It's fun to piss him off. I would.
Hey, since you mentioned
Is Osiris Torrance still on the board?
Hillgrove High.
What's that, Bob?
I was saying, since you mentioned Hillgrove High, I've got a little connection for Ole Miss football.
Okay, I like
you
it.
guys signed a wide receiver named Caden Lee, who started his career at Hillgrove High School. Legit wide receiver in the area, went to Kennesaw Mountain, and then he signed over to Ole Miss. So you got a freshman from the area here coming to play, and he's legit. He's a baller. So you got a former Hillgrove guy showing up in Oxford for y'all this year.
All right. Is Osiris Torrance still available?
Yes.
All right, that's an option. Nolan Smith makes sense for the Saints. Another defensive player. Luke Musgrove, tight end from Oregon State, would make sense. Brzee from Clemson makes sense. Joey Porter Jr. makes sense.
Dude, why is Joey
Drew
Porter?
Sanders from Arkansas makes
Yes, he
sense. A
does.
lot of guys make sense before Will Levis.
All right, so here are my needs for the Saints: linebacker, D-line, edge rusher, corner, linebacker, offensive guard, wide receiver, in that order.
Might be where I go. Porter, Sanders,
Brian Branch?
Branch. Branch is such a good player.
Is Branch going to get out of the first round?
It's possible. We're getting late. We got 3 picks left.
Unreal.
We got Saints, Eagles, Chiefs.
All right. Where's my man? Let's see what my man Weldon says. Have you ever talked to Weldon?
Yeah.
Well, hit him up. See what he thinks. Big Saints fan. My man Weldon. You know what? I never could pull for the
Nolan
Saints.
Smith.
Saints go Smith.
Brock, we got anything yet?
God, they got it right.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
The way you said that, I thought it was definitive.
no.
Oh, Brock will have it before me. That's for sure.
My man Weldon says he hopes Mayer or Barisi. Go ahead and say the name correctly as you correct me every time I say it. One of these days I'm going to get it. All right, here's the question for you, Neal.
Mm-hmm.
Serious question. Which one do I pronounce first? Adam Schefter or Brian Barisi?
Brise.
Which
Yeah.
one do I pronounce correctly first?
Brise.
I
That's your guy. You're going to get it right. Brian Brise.
Hey, Bob, I highly recommend this Camus blend that my man Neal has for
The
your boy
Walking
there.
Fool. Tyler has
See, I
enjoyed
can
it.
tell that you are enjoying it. Yeah.
He is enjoying it.
And we're having a good old time. We're having a good old time.
You got to, right?
What's that?
Didn't New Orleans just re-up that Johnson, the tight end?
I don't know.
Sign that. What's his name? Jawan Johnson. Is that right? Is that his name?
Yes, Jawan Johnson. That is his name.
I think they spent money on him, so I'd be surprised if they went Mayer here. But
seriously though,
I think they go defense, right?
The more this goes on, though.
Yeah, I think they go D.
The more this goes on, I mean, and look, I get it. I feel really bad for like Will Levis right now.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
I don't know the kid.
Horrible.
Dude, how about that thunderstorm going on right now? Hey, Bob, how about our Braves right now, dude?
Yeah, nice, right?
Hey, you know Bob, they were up 4-0 in the ninth and got beat today.
Did they lose the game to the Marlins?
The Marlins scored 5 in the ninth.
Oh my God. Oh, they
hey,
sure
Neal,
did.
our boy hit his first home run as a Cub.
Yeah, Dansby.
I teased.
Tyler walked in the house
go.
making fun of Dansby Swanson, and I said, "Don't walk in my house making fun of my shortstop."
All right, he's taken. The Saints got him. The Saints got him, Neal.
Brian Brise.
Brian Brise.
Great pick.
All right. So as I have called him Brian Barisi the whole time, Bob, we were talking about this on Monday. I don't know if you listened Monday's show or not, but when I saw this kid's workout tape and we watched him go through the bags and just as an individual workout, I remember in my eval saying, if I've ever seen a first round defensive lineman, NFL defense lineman, this is the guy. Most explosive, just quick twitch, short power guy, good character kid. Good story, man. I mean, this one pulls
Great story. Right?
This one
With
pulls
his
at my
sister?
heartstrings a little bit. You know the deal with his sister, right?
Yeah.
This one pulls at my heartstrings a little bit. I do think it hindered a little bit at Clemson. He got hurt a little bit, had some elbow issues and things like that. But I'm happy for the kid. You know what I mean? Like there's some feel good stories in this first round. For me,
Sure.
It's Emmanuel Forbes and it's this
Sure.
kid. And there's some feel bad stories with Will Levis, but feel good story right here, man. You can't help but pull for this kid. I think he's going to be a 10-year starter in the league. I think he's going to be a really good guy for the Saints. Saints won on this one. If you can get a quality defensive tackle, inside guy this late in the draft when they usually make a run on them, I think this is big time stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're all wearing the Ella Strong sweatshirts, and I mean, it's a great family. They've gone through tragedy,
More than you should have to go
gone
through.
through hell,
Yeah.
and it's a cool moment.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a great player. 6'5.5", 298, defensive tackle. He makes a ton of sense. I mean, he's an impactful player.
If you saw this guy go through the bags, you know the pop-ups, you know what I'm talking about? Like the pop-up bags that you hit and they come back up?
Yeah.
You show hip flexion and show the ability to bend and go around. Like, dude, it was a work of art. It's really impressive. The best I've ever seen go through. The best bag drills I've ever seen on a defensive lineman. So guess what, Neal? That's all of my first-round defensive linemen.
We're down to 2 picks, 3 picks. Eagles.
Somebody's got to trade up with Kansas City, right?
Pittsburgh's 32. That's round 2, right?
That's round 2.
Okay.
We got 2 picks.
2
left.
picks left. Eagles and Chiefs.
So let me ask you this.
Yep.
Do you think if he doesn't ruin his left knee, you think he's a top 10 pick? You think he's that good? I love that kid when he was coming out. I was like, damn,
All right,
that guy's a baller. Right?
And
Watching him play as a freshman
watch these clips
shit.
right here. To me, and this is my opinion, which will buy you a cup of coffee the next time you come through Oxford, Mississippi. I think this kid is, in my opinion, the Tyler Siskey, which obviously that sucks because we had the number 16 and 17th pick on campus and we didn't get them. I think this is the second best defensive lineman in the draft. Jalen Carter for me is number 1, will always be number 1. But this kid is probably a top 15 talent, top 12 talent maybe that they just got at 29. Big win for the Saints.
Yeah.
If you're a Saints fan, be excited. I know you're like, oh, who's this guy? Big win for the Saints. They probably got double their value here. Immediate starter, gonna play until his contract runs out, and you got to pay him. I like this guy a lot. I think he's gonna play for a long time. Great character kid. Gonna stick around. I like the pick.
Boy, it's been a rough night for Will Levis. What a rough night for Will Levis.
This is not fun, man.
No, it's torture.
I don't mind
This
sharing.
isn't a talent thing. This is turning into a
circumstance.
Fit,
it's
right?
circumstance.
The fit's not there for him, and it sucks. But
I don't mind sharing
Your heart
this.
goes out to dudes like that.
I don't mind sharing this. If you're with us this late, you're with us. Which we got a good bit of people here. I don't remember who the kid was, but Nick would always go to the draft, which he's there tonight, right? I don't remember who it was, but somebody, when I was at Alabama, I need to go back and look, but somebody was supposed to be a high draft pick, and this happened to him. He came back the next day and was just really upset.
Nick was.
Yeah, that the NFL would invite him or whatever it was, and talking about how sad it was.
Yeah.
For the kid. And it was nothing he could do. There's nothing. The film's done. The workout's done. But they're still bringing you in here. He goes, what do I do? Because as running recruiting, what we would do is, I remember this because I was there, obviously. But
Philadelphia, by the way, appears to be going with Nolan Smith from Georgia.
Oh, they going?
Yeah.
They bumped up.
Man, the rich get richer.
Dude, they've hit a freaking home run.
Went double down on Georgia guys with Carter and
yeah, man. And last year,
you got Jordan Davis.
They're loading up, baby.
Yeah, it's kind of like the old Ravens with Alabama.
Well, it's almost like it's working.
Almost like it matters. But for me, I would have to have phone calls. Like, it was an awesome recruiting tool. You have Nick Saban call you from the draft, right? I mean, dude, how cool is that? But he was talking about, I need to look up and see who it was, but he was there. Was it Eddie Lacy, maybe?
I don't know.
Maybe, I'm going to say it was Eddie Lacy, maybe. But anyway, somebody was supposed to get picked up.
He went late to Green Bay that draft. You're probably right. I think he went in the late 20s, didn't he?
Yeah, somebody. I have to go back and look. But at the end of the day, just talks about how sad it is, and you hate it for the kid, and just how terrible is that for the kid? He doesn't do anything to deserve that.
Brutal.
I mean, you walk into the day, like literally yesterday, 24 hours ago, we were talking about this guy being the number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah. And he's going to fall to 30-something.
I mean.
Yeah, Coach, you're right. I just popped Eddie Lacy, and he was a second rounder.
Yeah, that's who it was. I think it was Eddie Lacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was there.
No, you're right on.
Nick was pissed because he was there all night.
I bet.
He was pissed, but whatever. I just who? Nolan Smith, defensive edge rusher, basically from Georgia.
Yeah, linebacker.
Freak. All right. Nolan Smith cost himself about $8 million with his injury.
Mm-hmm.
Nolan Smith's a top 10 pick if he doesn't get hurt.
Well, he lands in a good place on a Super Bowl contender.
Oh, my God.
Dude. Hey, just so y'all know, if y'all don't think Georgia's recruiting right, you're on drugs.
Well, this is why I would tell you that I think Georgia has passed Alabama.
Do you think they have?
Yes. And if it's a NASCAR race, it's not like crazy, but they're in front.
Are you comparing NASCAR?
Yeah, they're in front.
All right, Bob, do we need to get Neal to a NASCAR race?
We do.
Bob,
I think we need to go full Ricky Bobby and get him to Talladega.
Okay.
Hey, I took Brock to Brock. What was your opinion of the race last week? We're trying to get Neal to the race. You got to like sell him a little bit.
Tell me the truth, Brock. Yeah. Otherwise, they're just running in circles, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
No, what we do is we get an RV, we get in the infield, and we go for 3 days, and then
that's how you do it.
Neal, that will be the experience of a lifetime. Right
yeah,
there.
I can't even imagine. I'm not sure I want to imagine.
Hey, Bob, since we got some people on here, we got the hardcores on here right now. So, hey, won't you share your experience of playing at Michael Jordan's golf course with Kurt Busch? Since we're talking about NASCAR golf.
Yeah, that was epic. So it's even better than what I shared with you. There's a course that butts up to Jupiter, and it's called MacArthur, right? And it's private, and it's right there with all the pros. And had the good fortune to get to fly in the day before and play that one. And then the next morning, after that round of golf, it gets better. Jordan's got these quad bungalows on the property, and we got to stay in one of his bungalows. Each bungalow has 4 bedrooms, so it's like for a foursome, and there's like 6 of them like out on the property. So you're inside the country club, you got your own place you're staying at. So we had the fire pit drinks going all night and all that, and then we got to tee off the next morning at his club. And it's really cool because you're walking through, and you know they give you full amenities when you're there. So you're going through the clubhouse, and you know Peyton Manning, Dwight Freeney, just the who's who of professional sports all has lockers in the locker room, and you're just rolling right through. So it's pretty cool. But the neat thing with Jordan's course is they don't have caddies that carry your bag. You're on a cart, and oh, by the way, the carts go about 35 or 40 miles an hour. Jordan loves to play fast. So every cart is jacked up and goes really fast. But the 4 caddies are on like little motorcycles, and they take off and find your ball if you're offline or whatever, and rake the bunkers, and they're flying on motorcycles. So you can just imagine how fast Jordan, I mean, they say he plays in 2 hours. And if you're in his way, you get out of the way and he plays through, right? So we had the good fortune with Kurt Busch being the monster driver. And then he's obviously affiliated with the 23i racing team with Denny Hamlin, right? So we played golf with Denny Hamlin, Kurt Busch, Ricky Stenhouse, and
Ricky Spinhouse.
God, who was the 4th guy? Ricky Stenhouse was out there, baby.
No, it's Ricky
Yes, He's our NOS
Spinhouse.
driver.
It's Ricky Spinhouse.
Kyle
Holy
Busch calls
shit.
him Recky Stenhouse.
Recky Stenhouse. Hey, Bob, we got some freaking thunder boom boom going on here in Oxford. Neal's house just shook.
Yeah. You guys safe? Is it tornado type weather or just a big thunderstorm?
I have no idea. Neal's the weather guy. Neal, we got tornadoes, or what are we doing?
I don't think so. I think it's just a thunderstorm.
All right, so
Big old thunderstorm.
Bob, do you think we need to take Neal, give him some beads, and let him go down Speedway Boulevard in Talladega for about an hour on Saturday night, about 1:00 in the morning?
I'm telling you.
Neal, when was it?
And we'll make we'll make sure that the drink from Boise, the restaurant's there. So he's got that in one hand as he's going.
Yeah. Neal, when was the
We
last
will take care of Neal.
Neal, when was the last time that Neal McCready had moonshine?
Never.
You've never had moonshine
I've never had it.
in your life.
Nope.
Look at me dead straight in the face and
Never
tell me
had
you've
it.
never had moonshine.
I've never had moonshine.
Oh, it's on. You've never had moonshine?
I just told you that.
I mean, are you being serious?
Yes.
I know you're bullshitting.
Why would I lie to you?
How have you not had moonshine in your life?
I'm a sophisticated young man.
Apparently. Like, you've never had moonshine.
No, I've already told you that 3 times now in the last 10
Let's try it
seconds.
4 times. Have you ever had moonshine?
I have not.
All right, so now you can get some rough-ass moonshine or you can get some real good shit. We'll get you some moonshine that tastes like just watermelon Gatorade,
Okay.
and you'll be right.
All right.
So, hey, I know he's not listening, so can I tell another story? Why not? My agent. So I went. So when I was coaching, I had a friend of ours who is a FBS head coach. We all went down to the race to Talladega,
Yeah.
and nobody knows. Actually, 2 FBS head coaches that are friends of ours that may or may not have done our show before. We went to Talladega a couple of years ago. Well, my agent wanted to come, so he flew in. So my agent wanted to experience it. And so we were sitting on a NFL players bus who is also has done our show before. And his granddad came on with some moonshine, and he said, "Hey, let me try some of that." And so my agent took the moonshine. You're supposed to take a sip because it's hella strong, right?
Right.
He takes the mason jar and kills it, like knocks it all out. Like, this is my agent.
Uh-huh.
All right, well, TLA. And I'm like, oh my God, he's gonna die. Like, I thought he was gonna die. Like, this shit'll make you blind. But it was like really good from West Virginia, like the mountains and shit. And it was legit really good. And it was strawberry flavored. Dude was great for about 30 minutes. And then literally could not talk. Like, he was incapacitated. Like, we had to
So why do I
put
wanna-
him in the bus and just like lay him, like tape him down.
Yeah,
Like, we
so-
took duct tape and
so-
taped him down.
So
he
why
couldn't
do I
move.
want to take that? I don't.
Well, it's the activities that occur on Speedway Boulevard. I didn't say drink the whole thing. He killed it. Like, he turned a whole mason jar up and killed it.
No thanks.
You would like moonshine. You wouldn't know you were drinking it.
All right,
Brock,
last pick
last
of the first
pick. Who
round.
we got, Brock?
The champs, the
Who
Kansas
do
City
we got?
Chiefs.
Breaking news, Brock. Who we got?
Yeah, I hear you, Brock. Last pick of the
Last pick. This is
pick.
it, dude. We're going
Kansas
home
City
after
Chiefs.
this.
How about Avila? Do they go offensive lineman? Kind of replace Orlando Brown going
Oh.
out? They did sign the kid from Jacksonville, though, right? Didn't they?
What did he say?
He's asking if they signed someone from Jacksonville, the Chiefs, because they lost Brown to the Bengals.
Oh, they took I don't know. I'm going Kansas City Chiefs are taking
Will
Brian
Levis.
Branch.
Oh, Branch makes a lot of sense. They could take Will Levis. They could back him up.
Brian
for-
Branch.
they
Let's
could
finish it out.
back up Mahomes for 10 years.
Or Joey Porter Jr. Dude, somebody's supposed to get a steal. Like, Joey Porter Jr.'s at the draft too.
Yeah.
How would you like to be
Okay,
sitting?
Brock.
Who we got? We got a minute on the clock, Brock. Who we got? You're slipping. It's
Nothing
last
yet.
pick, dude.
All right, Chiefs pick is in.
Pick is in, Brock. By the way, Brock.
Kansas City about to go wild.
Yeah, Brock is named after Brock Nutter, the
Uh-huh.
quarterback at Troy when I was a player. He doesn't know that. I do. Ask your mother. I don't know that. Are you shitting me?
He kind of looks like Brock Nutter.
You're named after Brock Nutter, the quarterback at Troy. No, your mom lied to you.
That's a hell of a name.
Yeah, it's a hell of a thing to spring on your kid here at the last
Yes,
minute. I'll tell you
shocker.
that.
Hey, we're all about breaking news here. Breaking news. Yeah, whatever. K-State defensive end Anuka.
Felix
what?
Anukadu Azuma.
Did you really get that?
Anukadu Azuma.
I'm low key, not low key. I'm high key impressed right there.
Anuka Diazuma.
Dude, seriously, when this guy reads his pick, I want you to read it in.
Felix Anuka
From where?
Diazuma, Kansas State.
Kansas State.
Defensive end.
Kansas. Okay.
I'm so impressed.
D lineman.
If you can, hey, look, when this name comes across, I want you to pronounce it. We're going to test your. I mean, like,
here we go.
this is one skill that you have. that
Felix
I'm low key. I'm low key impressed with.
Anuka Diazuma.
You don't know the kid. You're just saying what
I've
he
never
says.
heard of him.
I want you to read this name
All
and
right.
pronounce his name. Like, there's just no chance in hell. This only missed 3, dude. How about this? 39 picks.
Yeah, you did great.
Only missed 3.
You did great.
We made it, dude. This is the longest show
I
in the
know.
fucking history of
It's a
NPW.
long show.
Hey, so does Will Levis's agent get fired?
It's
Not
a
look-
it's a rough night.
Outlook is not looking
There's some
good,
there's
Bob.
some
Oh my
bad phone
God.
calls to be made.
Oh my God.
I bet I know
I
somebody.
feel horrible. For
Hey,
that
do you know
dude.
who wanted to be his agent and didn't get a sniff? I know somebody.
I think I know someone.
I know somebody that's probably gonna be calling tomorrow, Bob.
Yeah. Jeff?
I'm related to somebody that may be calling tomorrow.
I would probably make that call.
Yeah, he'd probably make that call.
Yeah, well, isn't he out there? He might not. He might be able to just walk to the.
He had Jameer
hotel in
Gibbs.
the lobby.
How about this? I learned tonight. I'm related to the guy. I learned tonight that he has Jameer Gibbs. I did not know that.
Oh, good for him.
Good night.
Gibbs had a good night.
Had Jameer Gibbs and Jalen was apparently at the draft. Jalen Hurts.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he was.
He had a good week with Jalen Hurts.
He had a good week. What's the
Check this
commission on that?
out. So you like this one? Jameer Gibbs played against Justin Fields in high school, and I saw the game live when he was at Dalton.
Pretty good
and
game.
Justin was at Harrison.
Dalton.
Hell yeah, it was a great game.
Carpet capital of the world, Dalton, Georgia.
It is. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, my
And
man Mark.
they're legit. They ball up there.
My man Mark Palmer says Levis's agent is Jimmy Sexton.
Oh,
Ooh,
rough night for Jimmy.
rough night for Jimmy. He'll be okay though.
Oh, yeah, he'll be fine.
I think he'll be all right. He'll be all right.
He's got enough to weather the storm, right?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be just
Yeah,
fine.
he'll be fine.
Yeah.
He'll
Dude,
just,
what is that?
he'll just shuffle the college landscape one more time.
Yeah, he'll say, "Okay, where's Lane going this fall?"
Yeah. Texas A&M.
Yeah. I can't wait till that happens. By the way,
Yeah, Lane's not going to A&M. It's a terrible thing.
no, just the
Just
conversation,
the rumor.
Yeah, the rumors. Get all the Ole Miss fans panties in a wad. Hey Bob,
Well, you
have
just
you
started it up, didn't you?
Bob, have you canceled any concerts lately? Because your voice was out.
Have not.
Dude,
Have
my man
not.
Roger Goodell. Hey, we outlasted Roger Goddamn Goodell tonight. Does that make you happy?
It does. It does. All right, here we go. That's Hunt making the pick. Felix Anudike Azuma.
I'm low key impressed. Can you pronounce that one more time for the fans?
Felix Anudike Azuma, defensive end, Kansas State.
Love it. Love it. Bob, I appreciate the hell out of you, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I love it. Thanks for asking me to call in. It was fun.
Thanks
Love,
for
catching up
thanks
with you
for
guys.
joining the last like 10 picks of the draft. You're the man.
Heck yeah, why not? Got nothing better to do.
That's
Might
it.
as well talk football with y'all.
Enjoy
love
your
it.
night, Bob.
All right, brother. I'll
Love it.
hit you up later.
Yeah, you too, fellas. Sounds good. Take care.
See you.
All right, we'll wrap it up there here at the end of the NFL draft. Thanks to everybody for being with us. Thanks to Bob.
We made it.
Thanks to David Beatty. Thanks to
Brock for our
Brock for all the scoops.
Camus,
Yeah, thanks to Camus.
Miller Lite.
This will be up in the Friday Oxford Exxon podcast. If you listen to this, God help you.
Hey, I love you.
Yeah, we'll be back on. I guess we'll be back Monday.
Whatever.
Monday with another edition of McCready and Siskey. So powered by Rain Total Body Fuel. Until then, for Tyler Siskey, for Brock Siskey, I'm Neal McCready. Have a great weekend.